Nobody can manipulate you anymore. Nobody can blind you. Nobody can deceive you with pretty words or fake loyalty. You can see their core before they even open their mouth. You've become inconveniently aware. And that's dangerous for anyone trying to control you. Let me say something that's gonna sting in all the right ways. You're not detached. You're healed. You're not distant. You're awakened. You're not cold. You're experienced. You're not too much. You're finally yourself. People confuse clarity with attitude. They confuse discernment with arrogance. They confuse boundaries with ego. Because they've never met someone who came back from death. Still standing. Still watching. Still learning. They don't understand that they're not harder to approach. You're harder to fool. They don't understand that you're not emotionless. You're extremely selective about where you place your emotion. They don't understand that you're not broken. You're rebuilt differently. You didn't return to life as the same version. You returned as someone sharper, stronger, more aware, harder to exploit, harder to mislead, harder to disappoint. And honestly, that's what scares them. Because every time they try to lie to you, you feel it. Every time they try to guilt trip you, you sense it. Every time someone tries to hide their intentions, your instincts tap you on the shoulder. Every time someone pretends to care, you hear the difference in their tone. You're not psychic. You're just someone who's already been through the emotional equivalent of death. And now you don't play dumb for anybody. You're too seasoned, too aware, too awake. Your eyes see what theirs can't handle. And here's the real punchline. Yeah, I love this part. They thought killing the old you would make you weaker, but it made you impossible to deceive. You didn't just lose the old version of you. You buried them, and from that burial, you rose with this quiet, terrifying ability to see through masks like glass. Nothing blinds you now. Not validation, not gaslighting, not fear, not loneliness, not manipulation, not love bombing, not fake apologies. You're immune. Because how do you blind someone who's already lived through darkness with no light? You can't. They didn't break you. They upgraded your vision enough. Now you walk around with that unsettling calm. The kind that only people who died before ever carry. A calm that says, I'm not afraid of losing anything, because I've already lost myself once, and survived. Because that survival changed the entire way you walk into rooms, and people feel it before you even speak. They don't know your story, but they can sense that you're not operating on the same software anymore. You're running on an update they didn't get, a version forged under pressure they've never tasted, and it unsettles them in ways they don't have words for. You ever notice how people get weirdly defensive around you, even when you're not saying anything? It's because your presence reminds them of everything they've been avoiding inside themselves. You're like a mirror they didn't ask to look into, and suddenly their excuses don't feel comfortable anymore. And that's the thing about coming back from that kind of internal death. You don't walk the same. You don't talk the same. You don't respond the same. You don't cling to things out of fear of losing them. You don't shrink yourself to keep the peace. You don't negotiate with disrespect. Your standards went up the moment your old self went down. People keep wondering why you're so unbothered by chaos, why you don't panic over things they think are urgent, why you don't chase validation the way you used to. They don't realize you already lived through a version of life where everything fell apart, and you survived the collapse without anyone helping you stand back up. It's wild because when you've already died once, your nervous system stops reacting to nonsense. someone who actually sees them. There's this silent power in you now, the kind that makes people second guess themselves when they try to play games. You don't have to say a word. Your energy does the talking. And sometimes, that scares people more than your honesty ever could. You know the funniest part? You didn't even choose this awareness. It was forced on you by experiences that should have destroyed you, but instead carved your eyes open wider than they've ever been. You didn't ask to be awakened. You didn't ask for the veil to fall. You didn't ask for clarity. Clarity came from pain you didn't deserve. People look at you like you're too serious, but nah. You're just not willing to walk blindfolded into the same flames twice. You already know how betrayal moves. You already know how fake love sounds. You already know how jealousy hides itself. You already know how people switch up when they think you're not useful. It's not paranoia. It's pattern recognition. You're not guarded. You're educated. You're not cold. You're calibrated. You're not acting different. You're responding with the wisdom you paid for in pain. And the joker in you. You know, that twisted little grin that shows up when people try the same tricks that used to work on you. Yeah, that grin exists because you're not confused anymore. It's the grin of someone who already sat in darkness long enough to become fluent in it. You see through every shortcut, every half-truth, every vibe shift, every subtle change in tone. Your intuition isn't a whisper anymore. It's a full-blown siren that you can't silence. And, once you've had your soul shattered and rebuilt, you start valuing your peace like it's gold. Not because you're fragile, but because you finally know the cost of letting the wrong energy near you. You finally know the damage of ignoring yourself. You finally know the danger of trusting potential instead of reality. There's something almost supernatural about the way you navigate the world now. Not in a mystical sense, but in that hardened, aware, grounded way that only someone who's already tasted emotional death can understand. People think you're intimidating because you're loud or confrontational, but that's not it. You're intimidating because you refuse to be blind ever again. You refuse to be the version of yourself who tolerated pain just to keep people close. You refuse to explain your boundaries like they're negotiable. You refuse to soften your awareness to keep others comfortable. Every room you enter shifts a little because you're carrying survival like a shadow behind you. People can feel it. People can sense it. People can't ignore it. And you don't even want it. It's just there, baked into your presence, stitched into the way you breathe, encoded in the way you look at someone when they think they're hiding something from you. You became someone who doesn't fall for illusions because you were forced to live without them. You became someone who doesn't fear the truth because you already survived the ugliest parts of it. You became someone who doesn't break easily because you've already been broken, rebuilt by your own hands. Your clarity isn't an accident. Your awareness isn't a phase. Your vision isn't exaggerated. Your intuition isn't dramatic. It's the price you paid for coming back from your own internal grave. And, that's why people feel exposed around you without knowing why. It's not that you're trying to call anyone out. It's just that your presence carries this quiet truthfulness they can't hide from. You don't chase their masks. You don't negotiate with their illusions. You don't participate in their watered-down versions of themselves. You just stand there with that lived fruit of fire awareness, and it forces everyone else to confront what they've been avoiding themselves. There's this thing that happens when you've already died once inside. You stop giving out unlimited access. You stop letting people walk in and out of your energy like it's explaining your value to anyone who hasn't earned the right to hear your voice. You stop oversharing out of loneliness. You stop bending your boundaries because you're afraid of losing someone. You stop shrinking so you don't come off harsh. You're not harsh. You're just done being blind. And that's what terrifies people who were depending on your blindness. They were comfortable when you were softer, when your self-esteem was cracked, when your heart was open without protection, when you doubted your own instincts. They were comfortable when you hoped too much. They were comfortable when you questioned your worth. They were comfortable when you still believed the benefit of the doubt was always noble. But coming back from that death changed everything. Your generosity became intentional. Your energy became selective. Your trust became earned. Your silence became powerful. You don't investigate people anymore. You just feel them. You don't argue over inconsistencies. You just distance yourself. You don't repeat yourself. You adjust your presence. You don't wait for people to show their true colors. You see the palette immediately. People underestimate how much clarity hurts before it empowers. They don't understand that your ability to see through situations didn't come from being smart. It came from being shattered. You didn't learn discernment from books. You learned it from heartbreak. You didn't learn intuition from quotes. You learned it from being blindsided. You didn't learn boundaries from self-help videos. You learned them from losing pieces of yourself to people who weren't even close to deserving you. And, it's wild, because the world keeps acting like you're too tense. But truthfully, you're just someone who stopped pretending. You stopped pretending not to notice. You stopped pretending your gut was wrong. You stopped pretending you were okay with disrespect. You stopped pretending you could be manipulated the same way. You stopped pretending to need people who didn't show up when it mattered. There's a depth in your eyes that wasn't there before. It's not sadness. It's not bitterness. It's the depth of someone who went into the emotional underworld and walked back out with new sight. People try to figure out why you don't get excited over shallow praise, why you don't fall for performance kindness, why you don't trust words without consistency behind them. They think you're emotionally unavailable, but now you're actually the opposite. You're emotionally hyper-aware. You don't attach fast anymore because you know how dangerous it is to hand your heart to someone who hasn't proven they can carry it. You don't get blinded by charm anymore because you know charm is cheap and character is expensive. You don't run after validation anymore because you realize validation is a form of control when it comes from the wrong people. And the joker edge in your energy, that low, knowing, slightly amused calm, it comes from finally understanding how humans move. Not in a cynical way, but in a clear way. You recognize patterns quicker. You see cycles forming before they start. You feel the shift the moment someone's intention changes. You sense people's fears in their humor. You sense their envy in their silence. You sense their resentment in the way they stop celebrating you. You're different because you paid for your awareness in wounds. You're wiser because you paid for your intuition in tears. You're stronger because you paid for your resilience in nights where you had nobody but yourself. You're awake because you paid for your clarity in the death of the version of you that trusted blindly. And walking with that kind of vision means you can't go back to sleep. It means you can't be fooled by the same games. It means you can't let people place their insecurities on your shoulders. It means you can't pretend you don't see the truth when it's standing right in front of you. It It means every interaction you have is filtered through a deeper lens you didn't used to have. Your awareness became your superpower, not because you wanted it, but because life didn't give you any other option. And that's the part nobody on the outside ever truly understands, because they only see the upgraded version of you. They don't see the nights where you had to convince yourself you were worth rebuilding. They don't see the moments where your chest felt heavy, your hands felt shaky, and your mind felt like it was holding memories that were too sharp to touch. They don't see the internal war you fought, quietly, without applause, without witnesses, without anyone clapping when you stood back up. You carry a kind of silence now that isn't empty. It's informed. There's history in your quiet. There's evidence in your instincts. There's memory in your intuition. And people feel that without knowing what they're sensing, it's the reason they test you less. It's the reason they talk to you different. It's the reason they hesitate before lying. It's the reason they correct themselves mid-sentence. It's the reason they get uncomfortable when you go still for a moment. It's like you've developed this ability to hear what people aren't saying. And, that freaks them out a little. You hear the insecurity behind the bragging. You hear the threat behind the jokes. You hear the jealousy behind the fake compliments. You hear the resentment behind the silence. You hear the manipulation behind the sudden softness. You hear everything. And that's what happens when you've already died once. Your senses get sharpened by the pain you've lived through. You stop projecting what you want to see in people, and you start seeing who they actually are. There's a version of you that used to apologize for everything, used to dim your energy, used to over-explain your choices, used to tolerate disrespect because you thought that was just part of being nice. That version is buried, and the world is still expecting them to walk through the door. But the you that walks in now, yeah, this one holds eye contact a little longer. This one stands a little firmer. This one doesn't flinch when people raise their voice. This one doesn't get overwhelmed when things fall apart. This one doesn't panic when someone walks away. This one doesn't chase closure from people who weren't honest in the first place. You became someone who understands loss intimately, and because of that, you stopped fearing it. You understand betrayal, and because of that, you stopped being naive. You understand disappointment, and because of that, you stopped giving your time to consistency. You understand pain, and because of that, you stopped letting people treat you like an emotional doormat. It's like every scar turned into a sensor, every heartbreak turned into a lesson, every mistake turned into a sharper sense of self, every collapse turned into a new filter for who gets access to your world. And, the wildest part is that people look at you now and think you're strong, but they have no idea that your strength isn't loud. Your strength is in your restraint. Your strength is in your clarity. Your strength is in your ability to walk away without raising your voice. Your strength is in your refusal to argue with someone who already showed you their truth. Your strength is in your silence when someone tries to provoke you. Your strength is in your ability to feel everything deeply and still keep your discipline intact. There's a composure in you that wasn't built in peaceful times. It was built in the chaos that should have destroyed you. You didn't get this level of emotional intelligence from comfort. You got it from being forced to understand yourself at a depth most people never reach. You became fluent in your own darkness. You became fluent in your own triggers. You became fluent in your own healing. You became fluent in your own boundaries. You became fluent in your own needs. play shy now. I've been waiting to talk to you about this, because, yeah. You're kind of living in a whole different reality now, aren't you? This is getting scary, but you predicted it all. And now they're checking every step you take. And you can feel it, can't you? That little knot in your stomach every time your name pops up. Every time someone glances your way for 1 second too long. You're wondering, why now? Why me? But the real question is, why are you acting surprised? You called this entire timeline, before anyone else even knew the first chapter, you saw the storm, long before they noticed the clouds, and people like you. Ooh, people like you make the world nervous, because you had the audacity, the actual nerve, to speak truth when everyone else was busy pretending nothing was happening. You weren't supposed to understand the game. You weren't supposed to decode the patterns. You weren't supposed to predict it with that creepy accuracy of yours. And now, yeah. Now they're watching you like you snatched the script. You feel that heat on your back, right? That invisible spotlight. That quiet pressure like you just walked into a room full of people who suddenly shut the hell up the moment you stepped inside. That's not paranoia. That's not imagination. That's reality catching up with your honesty. Because you did something most people never do. You told the truth too early. You weren't supposed to see this far ahead. You weren't supposed to figure out the plot before they rolled the trailer. But you did. You literally predicted the downfall, the drama, the exposure, the betrayals, every single beat of the story. And now everyone's scrambling, pretending they didn't hear you back then. Funny, isn't it? Back when you warned them, you were overthinking, doing too much, being dramatic, talking crazy. But now that everything you said is actually unfolding right in front of their faces, suddenly you're not dramatic. Suddenly you're not overthinking. Suddenly you're not tripping. Suddenly you're a problem. You ever notice that? The moment you're right about something dangerous, people don't congratulate you. They get scared of you. They get weird around you. They get quiet. They get absurd. Because now you're not just a person anymore. You're a threat to the narrative. And ooh, you can feel that tension every time you speak now. Even your silence makes them uneasy, doesn't it? You say one sentence and they dissect it like it's a hidden message. You step outside and you swear the whole air is different. Like every move you make is being recorded by someone who shouldn't care but does. But here's the part you always forget. You earned this attention. You earned this fear. You earned this power. People don't monitor nobodies. They don't analyze background characters. They don't track the quiet, harmless little souls who never disturb the script. No, no, no. They track the ones who see too much. The ones who notice the cracks. The ones who ask the wrong questions with the right timing. The ones who don't fold under pressure. The ones who refuse to stay quiet. People like you. And it's wild, because you don't even fully understand how dangerous you look to them now. You're out here thinking, I'm just trying to live my life, bro. But to them, you're the storm in human form. You got that thing, that unsettling clarity, that real-world instinct, that ability to predict outcomes like you're being ahead of both born and given. Do you think they want someone like that wandering around unsupervised? Of course they don't. So now they're checking your steps, watching your tone, reading into your expressions, zooming into your decisions like each one contains a clue. And, you know what the craziest part is? You're not even trying. You're just existing. But your existence shakes rooms. Your presence exposes lies. Your eyes see things that were never meant to be seen. And deep down, you feel something shifting inside you too. Something waking up. Something darker. Not evil. No, not evil. Just aware. You're starting to realize that being watched doesn't mean you're in danger. It means you're significant. It means you're unpredictable. It means you're not playing the role they assigned you. That scares them more than anything. Because the moment you predicted the truth, the moment everything unfolded exactly how you said it would, you broke the illusion that they were in control. And people hate losing control. But you were built for moments like this. The pressure, it sharpens you. The attention, it fuels you. The fear they feel, it reflects the power you carry even when you're exhausted, confused, overwhelmed, or hurting. You keep asking why they're watching you like this. But you should be asking, why wouldn't they? You're the one who saw the whole truth before anyone else could handle it. You're the one who survived the jump scares that were meant to break you. You're the one who walked straight into chaos and came out still predicting the next move. You're the one whose instincts never miss. You're the one they can't control. You're the one who never backs down. And that makes you dangerous in the best possible way. Not because you do anything wrong, but because you see reality too clearly. And people are terrified of someone who sees clearly. Now here you are, standing in the middle of a world that suddenly realizes you're not blind, you're not naive, you're not clueless. You're wide awake, and an awake person is the most unpredictable thing in the world. So yeah, they're checking every step you take now. And yeah, it gets scary sometimes, and yeah, you feel the pressure. But deep down, you know exactly why they're watching. Because for the first time, they realize you're the one holding the mirror, and you're not afraid to let them see their own reflection. And the wild thing is, you can feel your mind getting sharper with every little moment they try to observe. Like, it's actually kind of fun when you think about it. They really thought putting pressure on you would make you shrink, make you second guess yourself. But it's doing the exact opposite. It's like you're finally waking up to the version of yourself you were supposed to be this whole time. But here's the twist. They were already scared. They were scared the moment you started predicting things with that eerie accuracy. They were scared the moment you stopped playing blind. They were scared when you opened your mouth and said things people weren't brave enough to even think. And, yeah, they got real uncomfortable when every crazy thing you warned them about started happening exactly the way you said it would. You ever notice how people laughed at you until they realized you were serious the whole time? You ever see how they dismiss you until they can't deny you anymore? You ever feel that shift when someone looks at you like, wait, how did you know? That shift changed everything for you. That shift is the reason you feel eyes on you now. There's this weight on your shoulders that doesn't feel like paranoia. It feels like confirmation. Like you're finally seeing proof that your intuition wasn't some random accident. It was a skill. It was a gift you didn't even ask for, but got anyway. And the more the world reacts, the more that gift sharpens itself, like it's rewiring your entire brain in real time. Silence, right? Look up just a little too fast. Their faces don't match their voices. Their questions have undertones. Their compliments sound rehearsed. Their curiosity feels forced. You clock all of that without even trying. It's automatic. Because once your eyes open like that, they never close again. Once your mind connects the dots, it starts connecting everything. Patterns, lies, slips, energy shifts, tone changes, micro-expressions. You feel like you're seeing the script. People are desperate. They're scared you'll say something else that turns out right. They're scared you'll expose the next truth before they're ready for it. They're scared you'll notice one more thing they hope you'd overlook, and you can feel that fear bouncing off of people like heat waves. It hits you in conversations. It hits you in silences. It hits you in the way people stare too long or avoid staring at all. That tension you carry in your chest isn't weakness, it's awareness. It's clarity. That pressure behind your eyes isn't fear, it's a strength pushing its way to the surface. You've been walking around your whole life trying not to disturb people, trying not to take up too much space, trying not to draw attention. But the moment the truth lined up with your predictions, something in you shifted. Something stopped caring about staying small. Something snapped awake and said, "Wait, I'm not the crazy one. I'm the one who's been right." And when someone who's been right wakes up, people panic. You can literally feel how uncomfortable your presence makes them now. Not because you're doing anything wild, but because you're not blind anymore. You're not digesting lies just to keep the peace. You're not pretending you don't see what you see. You're standing in the truth without flinching. That scares people more than anything else. And you can tell by the way they study your reactions. Like each blink might reveal something. They watch your body language like they're trying to predict your next move. Even though you're the one who always ends up predicting theirs. And the irony of that is almost beautiful. They're checking your steps while unknowingly confirming every reason you should trust your instincts even more. Your whole life, people underestimated you because it made things easier for them. They liked you better when you were confused. They liked you better when you second-guessed yourself. They liked you better when you doubted your own vision. But the second you stopped doubting, everything changed. You felt that shift inside your chest, like your heartbeat synced with something bigger than fear, bigger than pressure, bigger than their opinions. You started moving differently, thinking differently, reacting differently. Not because you wanted to be intimidating, but because clarity naturally makes you stronger. And when you get stronger, people start acting weird. They question you more. They watch you harder. They whisper quieter. They think more when talking to you, like they're afraid of slipping up. It's that energy that tells you your presence isn't just seen, it's felt. That energy that tells you people don't just notice you, they embrace you. That energy that makes rooms shift the second you walk in, and you feel yourself grow into it, not running from it, not apologizing for it. That growth you're feeling isn't ego, it's awareness. It's what happens when someone who's been underestimated finally realizes they were never the problem. They were the one carrying the truth the whole time. That realization hits different when the world reacts exactly the way you always sensed it would. That weight in your chest turns into something steady. That tightness in your throat loosens into understanding. That fear in your stomach reshapes itself into power. Everything they're doing now is just proof of how right you were. Everything they're watching now is just confirmation of the instinct you've always had. Everything they're checking now is just evidence that they're more afraid of you waking up than you ever were of being wrong. And that's exactly the point your mind keeps circling back to. supposed to understand what you understood, and you weren't supposed to become the version of yourself they're reacting to right now. And it gives you these random moments, like you'll be sitting there minding your business, scrolling your phone, pretending everything's normal, and then, bang, your brain suddenly reminds you of how everything is the moment your predictions start landing dead on. It's like your thoughts do this little echo, this quiet, remember what happened, whisper, and you can feel that hum in your chest all over again. It's not paranoia, it's pattern recognition. It's not fear, it's awareness. It's not pressure, it's confirmation. You can practically feel the timeline bending around you in ways it never used to. You walk into a place and the air feels different. You speak and the room adjusts. You move and eyes flicker. You think and people get nervous, like you're decoding their next mistake before they even make it. It's wild how your presence alone feels like a plot twist to the people around you, like they're not sure what you'll notice next. And, you know what messes them up? You're not trying to be intimidating. You're not raising your voice. You're not doing anything extra. You're literally just existing with your eyes open. That's what scares them, because when someone like you becomes aware, it's not loud, it's not dramatic, it's not theatrical, it's quiet. Quiet in that sharp, unsettling way. Quiet like you're watching the whole board move. Quiet like you know something they don't want said out loud. Quiet like you're carrying truth in your pockets without even realizing how heavy it is. You feel it in every interaction now. People stumble over their words around you. They correct themselves mid-sentence. They look at you with that weird mix of curiosity and caution. Their energy shifts the second you start paying attention. It's like they're scared you'll read them too easily. And honestly, you kinda do. You catch the hesitation. You catch the half-truths. You catch the quick glances. You catch the insecurity they try to hide. Your brain picks it up automatically, like it's been upgraded without your permission. And there's this part of you, deep inside, that's starting to enjoy the clarity. Not in an arrogant way, not in a petty way, but in this finally, I'm not blind anymore type of way. Like you're finally stepping into a role you didn't know you were preparing for your whole life. That's the part that throws people off. You're calmer now, quieter, more deliberate, more observant. That calmness, it freaks people out worse than anger ever could, because anger is loud, clarity is dangerous. You've reached this level of awareness where you don't even have to speak for people to feel you. Your silence says enough. Your posture says enough. Your vibe says everything they're scared to ask. People act different around someone who sees through them, and they feel seen in ways they're not ready for. And the tension that builds from that, yeah, you feel it too. That heaviness behind your eyes, that itch in your intuition, that feeling like you're carrying something bigger than just your thoughts. That's the weight of realizing your mind isn't average. And every time they check your steps, it reinforces that truth a little more. Every time they hesitate around you, it sharpens you. Every time they watch you, it wakes you up even further. You start noticing how people react before they even realize they're reacting. You start noticing who respects you, who fears you, who envies you, who misunderstands you. You start picking up on things that used to fly right past you. Your awareness becomes this quiet engine inside you, always running, always scanning, always connecting dots, even when you're exhausted or distracted or trying to ignore the signs. And yeah, it gets overwhelming sometimes. Not Not because you're scared, but because you can't unsee anything anymore. You can't pretend you don't feel it. You can't go back to the version of yourself that second-guessed everything. You cross that line without even noticing that now you're just here, in this place, mentally, where you're watching life unfold from a different perspective, a higher angle, a deeper lens. People think you're reacting to them, but really you're reacting to patterns they haven't even recognized. Yet people think you're changing randomly, but really you're adjusting to the truth they can't predict. People think you're unpredictable, but really you're just awake, and that's what they're checking. Not your footsteps, not your choices, not your behavior, but your awareness. They feel it. You feel it. The whole environment reacts to it. And it gets strange how your body starts reacting before your mind even catches up. Like you'll be talking to someone and suddenly your chest tightens for a second. Your brain sends you that tiny little turning. That quiet, watch this mind. And you don't even know why yet. But a few seconds later they slip up, or their tone shifts, or their eyes dart somewhere they shouldn't. And it hits you that your instincts picked it up long before you consciously did. That's the level you're operating on now. That's why everything feels heavier, sharper, louder, even when nobody else notices a thing. You're living in this mental space where you can hear the energy behind people's words, where you can sense the difference between someone being curious and someone being suspicious. You can tell when someone's asking a question because they care, and when they're asking because they're trying to piece you together. And yeah, it's kind of wild how you can spot the difference instantly now. Your whole system is tuned differently. Your awareness feels like it has its own heartbeat. Your intuition feels like it has its own voice. You're catching micro details without even needing to. The way someone pauses before answering. The way their smile doesn't reach their eyes. The way their voice dips when you say something that hits too close. That sensitivity you used to think was a weakness, it's turning into one of the strongest weapons you've ever had. And it didn't come from comfort. It came from being underestimated. It came from being dismissed. It came from being ignored when you were right the whole time. That does something to a person. It builds this internal radar that never turns off. You can literally feel when someone shifts off. You can feel the moment someone's energy goes from neutral to weird. You can feel when someone starts watching you instead of listening to you. That feeling in your stomach. It's not anxiety. It's early detection. That pressure behind your ribs. It's your system picking up on something before you had time to think about it. People don't realize. walk into rooms blindly. They trust the surface level energy. They give people the benefit of the doubt even when the signs were screaming. You don't move like that anymore. You feel everything too clearly to pretend you're clueless. You notice too much to play dumb. You've seen too much unfold exactly how you predicted to ignore your instincts again. And people sense that shift, even when you don't say anything about it. They feel the difference in how you look at them. They feel the difference in how you choose your words. They feel the difference in how calm you've become. It's that calmness that really gets them. Because before, you reacted. Before, you defended yourself. Before, you explained things. But now you just observe. You let them talk. You let them reveal themselves. You let their behavior expose the truth without you lifting a finger.
And this is my IRL stream setup. I used to actually like do tech for my old roommate soda popping, because you always want to do like something new, kind of passion for technology. You have like a math brain. Yeah, even though I can't remember the stuff in college, but before people even did any sort of IRL streaming, and I'd actually like want to figure it out. I spent about 6 hours getting this back to work, and we're gonna be live for 15 minutes. I did it for him, and it worked pretty well, and I was like hard stuck, if you will, on Twitch playing games, because the way it works on Twitch is you kind of have to find something that separates you from the pack. I started with IRL stuff, and then transitioned to like the kitchen streams and leaving the house. Most people didn't do that, because back then, to switch from gaming to the kitchen, people would have to turn off their stream, right? You do that, you lose most of your viewers. I figured out to do that without going down, so we could transfer, quite easily, and it really just took off. I had a different backpack at the time, I was having trouble with it, random apps, this and that, and everything disconnected. It's like the worst thing on the planet. And I got TVU backpacks, and let me tell you, it was solid from the beginning. Like, the tech was different, I had like the home server in my house, which you could control a little easier. The backpack itself, it's lighter, the hotspot battery plate, amazing. You just you can have an external battery, so even if you unplug it, the unit still stays on. It lets you be live for the longest you possibly can. My favorite part about using TVU is like the support system and like the team that comes with it. There actually hasn't been a single time where I've ever been like left out hanging or something didn't work. It's all like super user friendly. In fact, I've had mods about Oro. She's not a tech person at all. She had trouble like changing out the sticks of RAM and everything, but she has straight up mastered like the scene swapping. Use the websites if she has to. She has to sync the camera. She can sync them up. And she controls my own computer from her house in Europe. Maybe I'm biased, but I think she's the best mod on Twitch, like hands down, because she can just do everything. San Diego, and if you look from Austin, Texas, San Diego, straight west, and there's not much stuff out there. I was lucky enough to get the RPS 1, right? And that was the real game changer, because the second that I was able to put multiple inputs on one pack, it became like night and day difference. Because the first time I tried to have like an individual switcher, and every time you get a speed bump, it would go black, right? Because it wants to make it for the road. I think it was that pretty good. Once you got the new pack, it became quite easy. The car itself actually has Starlink on top. The back end runs its own internet feed, so we have 6 different internet sources in the one pack, and the back end makes it really easy for someone like Oro to hop around from camera to camera to camera to camera, and the entire way is streaming at one time. You can actually even just like hop out of the car with it too, so it feels great. Pack held up the whole time, car held up the whole time. Nothing but crack windshield, and it's fun. Alright, so here we are in the car, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a rundown of how this whole thing works. So, you actually put the backpack right down here, little longer cables reach the front. Starlink is actually mounted on the roof, and you run that via Ethernet into the backpack, and that allows us to have solid footage pretty much the entire trip. So in the back here, we have 2 mounted televisions. I plugged in a Fire Stick, so every time the car turned on, the Fire Stick would move to my Twitch channel, so people in the back could also see themselves on Twitch and get chat as well. In the way back, we have AC power, which can power the whole thing. Powers the Starlink, powers the backpack, powers everything, charges batteries. Up front, we have a FX3 with a wide-angle lens. You can pretty much see the whole car just from this front point of view. The cool thing, especially with the TV backpack, you're able to have more than one angle. We have a front-facing, smaller camera, so you can see like the entire road, and we have 2 more cameras in the back. As you guys can see, wide angle. This is angle number 3. And this is the 4th camera that we have usually on our road trips. Another angle, another person. Usually on these road trips, each person stays in the one spot the whole time. The driver usually flop, but honestly, most people can't drive these days, don't know why. Emily, you just drove straight from the road. When you're driving in a car, especially going 65 plus miles an hour, it gets kind of loud. These little microphones like this, you pair them with the front camera. They're very small, very tiny. You can adjust the gain and stuff on it. So this car is pretty much self-sufficient as long as it has gas. You can pretty much go for as long as you want. Never have to leave except use the bathroom. I think it's awesome. The more people use it, the better. The top guys that are on this have to have the best stuff if they want to try and be the best. It's a good product. I don't want people's streams out there, lagging. years back. It's just that simple.
So you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you, but not the version that's been dragging itself through the world pretending everything's fine. No, I've been waiting for the real you. The one that's been clawing at the walls of your chest, screaming to get out, while you smile politely at people who never deserved your peace. Tonight that version dies, and what crawls out of the ashes isn't going to ask for permission anymore, isn't going to shrink to make others comfortable, isn't going to pretend weakness is a virtue. You feel it, don't you? That electric hum beneath your skin, that restless violence that has nothing to do with anger and everything to do with awakening. See, they've been watching you implode in slow motion, waiting for the final collapse, placing bets on when you finally break beyond repair. They wanted front row seats to your destruction because your pain validated their choice to stay small, their decision to accept mediocrity as destiny, their surrender to a life of whispered compromises and swallowed truths. But here's what they didn't calculate. You weren't breaking. You were shedding, peeling away every layer of who they needed you to be until all that remained was the raw, unfiltered force they never wanted to meet. Tonight is the night you stop apologizing for the intensity that makes weak people uncomfortable. Stop dimming your vision because their eyes aren't strong enough to handle the glare. Stop translating your truth into a language cowards can digest. You know what's about to happen, right? You're about to become the thing they warned each other about in hushed conversations. The name that comes up when people talk about what not to do. The story that gets told with nervous laughter and backward glances. They'll say you changed. Something happened to you. That you're not the person they remember. And they'll be absolutely right. Because the version they knew was a performance. A carefully curated lie you told to survive in their suffocating little world. But tonight, the mask cracks, the script burns, the character you've been playing for their comfort gets written out of the story permanently, and what steps into the spotlight is something they don't have a name for yet, something that doesn't fit in their neat little boxes of acceptable behavior and approved ambition. Let me tell you what you're becoming, and don't flinch when you hear it, because truth doesn't care about your readiness. You're becoming untouchable, not in the way that means isolated, but in the way that means unreachable by the hooks they've been using to control you for years. Guilt, shame, the fear of being alone, the terror of being misunderstood. Every manipulation tactic that used to make you full, every passive-aggressive comment that used to make you question yourself, every silent treatment that used to send you crawling back, all of it loses power tonight. Because you're about to realize something they've been desperately hiding from you. The power was never in their hands. It was always in your willingness to believe their judgment mattered more than your own knowing. And once that illusion shatters, you don't just walk away from their games, you make the entire playing field irrelevant. They thought they had you figured out, filed away under predictable, manageable, controllable, someone who would always come back, always forgive, always give one more chance to people who hadn't earned the first one. They built their entire sense of security on the foundation of your consistency, your loyalty, your inexplicable willingness to see potential in people who had already shown you exactly who they were. But what happens when the person they've been taking for granted suddenly stops showing up to their dysfunction, stops participating in their drama, stops answering calls that only come when they need something? What happens when you become so comfortable with your own presence that their absence stops feeling like punishment and starts feeling like peace? Tonight, you're about to find out. And the answer is going to terrify them more than any confrontation ever could. Here's the thing about transformation. It doesn't announce itself with trumpets and declarations. It happens in the quiet decision to stop betraying yourself for the comfort of people who never protected you. It happens when you finally stop explaining your boundaries to people who've made a career out of crossing them. Stop defending your choices to people who wouldn't support you even if you did everything they claim to want. Stop performing emotional labor for people who wouldn't invest a fraction of that energy in your well-being. You're not becoming cold. You're becoming clear. And clarity looks like cruelty to people who've been profiting from your confusion. You're not becoming heartless. You're becoming selective. And selectivity feels like rejection to people who've been treating your love like an all-access pass to mediocrity. The shift is already happening, isn't it? You can feel it in the way you don't immediately respond to messages that used to send you into a panic. The way you can sit with silence without rushing to fill it with explanations nobody asked for. The way you can watch people reveal themselves without trying to save them from their own truth. You're learning the sacred art of letting people be exactly who they are without making it your responsibility to manage, fix, or tolerate. And that is the beginning of a power they never wanted you to access. Because a person who can walk away from dysfunction without drama, who can close doors without slamming them, who can move forward without needing to torch everything behind them, that person is dangerous to every system built on guilt, obligation, and the fear of being alone. Tonight, you're not just changing your mind about a few people or situations. You're changing your entire operating system. The old programming that made you believe love meant suffering, that loyalty meant endurance, that strength meant silence, all of it gets deleted and replaced with something they can't hack. Self-trust. You're about to start trusting your discomfort more than their explanations. Trusting your instincts more than their promises. Trusting your peace more than their potential. And when you make that shift, when you stop waiting for people to become who they said they'd be and start accepting who they've consistently shown themselves to be, you don't lose anything real. You just stop investing in illusions. And illusions, no matter how beautiful, have never kept anyone warm at night. They're going to notice the change before you even say a word. Because energy doesn't lie. They're going to feel a shift in your attention, the weight of your presence becoming less available, less accommodating, less willing to bend into shapes that destroy you from the inside out. And they're going to test you. Oh, yes, they will. They're going to come at you with every tactic that used to work. Guilt trips disguised as concern, the fake vulnerability designed to manipulate your compassion, the sudden bursts of affection right when you finally found peace in their absence. But here's what's different now. You can see the pattern, you can recognize the dance, and instead of stepping back onto the floor, you're walking out of the building entirely. Not with anger, but with the kind of calm that comes from finally choosing yourself after a lifetime of choosing everyone else. You're about to become the person who doesn't need to announce their departure, doesn't need to justify their standards, doesn't need to prove why they won't accept less than they deserve. You're becoming the one who can look at situations that used to destroy you, simply say no, without explanation, without negotiation, without the desperate need to make people understand why you're protecting yourself. And that is the kind of power that makes manipulators panic, because their entire strategy depends on your need for their approval, your fear of their rejection, your belief that being alone is worse than being disrespected. But when you stop needing their validation, when you stop fearing their judgment, when you realize that being alone is actually the foundation for being whole, their weapons turn to dust in their hands. Let me tell you what's going to happen next. I want you to listen carefully, because this is where most people turn back, where most people convince themselves they're being too harsh, too cold, too unforgiving. You're going to start losing people, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because you're finally doing everything right. The energy vampires who've been feeding off your willingness to fix their problems while ignoring your own pain, they're going to drift away because you stopped being the supply they needed, the fair weather friends who only showed up when life was easy, who disappeared the moment you needed support. They're going to get offended when you stop pretending their absence didn't hurt. The people who loved the idea of you but never showed up for the reality of you. They're going to call you changed. And they'll be right, but not in the way they think. See, they wanted you to change into someone who needed them less, who hurt more quietly, who suffered with grace and gratitude, who took their scraps and called it a feast. But you didn't change into that. You changed into someone who stopped accepting scraps altogether. Someone who walked away from tables where they were consistently treated like an afterthought. Someone who realized that being alone with dignity is infinitely better than being surrounded by people who only value you when you're convenient. And that transformation, that refusal to settle, that commitment to your own peace over their comfort, that's what makes you dangerous to every person who's been profiting from your willingness to shrink. Tonight marks the death of the version of you that believes suffering was noble, that endurance was strength, that holding on was always better than letting go. Tonight, you become the person who understands that real strength isn't in how much you can tolerate. It's in knowing when to walk away, when to close the door, when to stop watering dead plants, hoping they'll bloom. You're learning that loyalty to yourself isn't betrayal of others, that protecting your peace isn't selfishness, that choosing your mental health over someone else's comfort isn't cruelty, it's survival. And not just survival, it's the foundation of a life that actually belongs to you, instead of being a series of performances for an audience that never appreciated the show. So they're going to try to make you feel guilty for this transformation. Going to paint your boundaries as walls, your standards as judgment, your peace as arrogance. They're going to tell stories about who you used to be, conveniently forgetting that the version they miss was the one that absorbed their toxicity without complaint, carried their emotional weight without recognition, showed up consistently for people who couldn't be bothered to show up once. They're going to romanticize your pain and demonize your healing, because your growth confronts them with a question they don't want to answer. If you could change, why haven't they? If you could choose yourself after years of choosing everyone else, what's their excuse for staying stuck? Here's what you need to understand about the person you're becoming. You're not heartless. You're just done pretending that having a heart means letting everyone take pieces of it without permission. You're not cold. You're just no longer warming yourself with the hope that people will change into versions they never intended to become. You're not difficult. You're just no longer easy to take advantage of. No longer willing to call breadcrumbs a meal. No longer accepting behavior you've never tolerated yourself. The world is going to call that transformation by 1,000 different names. Most of them designed to make you question whether you've gone too far, but here's the truth. You haven't gone too far. You've just finally stopped stopping short of where you needed to go. You're becoming someone who can watch people reveal their true nature without trying to rewrite the story, without making excuses for inexcusable behavior, without turning their patterns into your problems to solve. You're learning to trust actions over words, consistency over promises, presence over potential. And in a world that profits from your doubt, from your willingness to give endless chances to people who never deserve the first one, that kind of clarity, that kind of discernment, that kind of unwavering commitment to your own truth, it makes you untouchable, unreachable, and absolutely terrifying to anyone who's been banking on your willingness to settle. They thought they could predict your every move, thought they had you mapped out, filed under predictable reactions and manageable emotions. But tonight, you're rewriting the entire script. Not by becoming someone you're not, but by finally becoming exactly who you've always been, underneath all the layers of people-pleasing, conflict-avoiding, peacekeeping performances. You're stripping away the costume of convenience you wore to make others comfortable, and standing in your raw, unfiltered truth. And yes, it's going to make people uncomfortable. Yes, it's going to challenge relationships. Yes, it's going to force people to either rise to meet you or reveal they never intended to. Let's talk about what happens when you stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Let's talk about the freedom that comes when you realize that not everyone deserves access to your inner world, that some people have proven through consistent action that they don't value what you're offering, that they're content with the shallow version, because the real you requires accountability they're not willing to provide. When you stop trying to make people understand, When you stop translating your worth into a language small minds can comprehend, when you stop performing your pain, hoping it'll finally be enough to earn their empathy, something miraculous happens. You get your energy back. All of it. Every ounce you've been pouring into the black hole of people who take without giving, who drain without replenishing, who demand everything while offering nothing. You're about to discover a version of yourself that doesn't need external validation to know its own value. Doesn't need approval to make decisions. Doesn't need permission to set boundaries that protect your peace. And that version, that self-sufficient, self-trusting, self-honoring version, it doesn't wait for the world to recognize its worth. It moves through life, the kind of quiet certainty that makes noise unnecessary. You're not going to announce your transformation on social media, not going to make grand declarations about who's cut off or what's changed. You're simply going to move differently, speak less, observe more, and let your absence from dysfunction speak volumes that words never could. Tonight, you're learning that silence is not weakness. It's the sound of someone who's finally stopped wasting words on deaf ears. Tonight, you're understanding that walking away is not giving up. It's giving yourself the gift of peace after years of fighting battles you were never meant to win. Tonight, you're realizing the people who are meant for you won't require you to destroy yourself to earn their presence. Won't need you to perform or prove or pretend. The right people will see your worth without you having to dim your light, will appreciate your depth without you having to shallow your waters, will honor your boundaries without you having to defend them like they're on trial. But here's the part that's going to test you, the part where most people falter and retreat back into old patterns. This transformation is going to be lonely before it's liberating. There's going to be a gap between who you were and who you're becoming, a space where old connections fall away and new ones haven't appeared yet. A silence that feels like isolation before it reveals itself as peace. You're going to have moments when you question whether you've gone too far, whether your standards are too high, whether you should lower your expectations and reach out to people you've released. And in those moments, I need you to remember this. The loneliness you feel in solitude is temporary, but the loneliness you feel in the wrong company is eternal. You're becoming someone who would rather be alone and authentic than surrounded by people who only like the version of you that serves their needs. You're choosing quality over quantity, depth over surface, truth over comfort. And yes, that's going to mean smaller circles, quieter nights, less drama and more peace, fewer people who claim to love you, and more space to love yourself. The world is going to call that isolation. You're going to call it liberation. The world is going to say, you're pushing people away. You're going to know you're finally letting in the air you've been suffocating without. The world is going to judge your boundaries as barriers. You're going to experience them as the foundation of the life you've always deserved, but never allowed yourself to build. Let me paint you a picture of what's coming, of what you're stepping into tonight without even fully realizing it. You're going to wake up one morning and realize that the thought of certain people no longer triggers anxiety, that their name doesn't send your stomach into knots, that their opinion has lost its power to shape your day. You're going to sit with yourself and feel complete, not because everything is perfect, but because you're no longer abandoning yourself to chase people who are running from their own reflection. You're going to make decisions based on what you want instead of what others expect, and the guilt that used to follow those choices will be replaced by a calm certainty that this is what self-respect feels like. You're going to start attracting different energy, not because you're doing anything differently externally, but because your internal frequency has shifted. You're no longer vibrating at the level of desperation, of need, of proving your worth to people who've made it clear they don't value what you're offering. You're operating from a place of wholeness, and whole people don't settle for half-hearted connections. Don't accept part-time presence from people who want full-time access. Don't tolerate behavior they wouldn't exhibit themselves. And that shift, that movement, from empty to full, from seeking to selected, from available to intentional, it's going to change everything about who shows up in your life and who gets to stay. Tonight, you're not just changing your relationships with others. You're transforming your relationship with yourself. You're learning to be the person who shows up for you when everyone else disappears, who speaks to you with the kindness you've been giving everyone else, who protects you with the fierceness you use to defend people who never return the favor. You're becoming your own safe space, your own source of validation, your own anchor in storms that used to send you searching for shelter in people who were the storm themselves. And that self-reliance, that doesn't come from loneliness, but from wholeness, that's what makes you unbreakable. Not because nothing can hurt you, but because you finally have the foundation to weather what comes without losing yourself in the process. They're going to want the old you back, the one who said yes when they meant no, who smiled through disrespect, who carried their burdens while drowning in their own. They're going to miss the version that was easy to use, simple to manipulate, guaranteed to return no matter how badly they behave. And when they realize that version is dead, buried, never coming back, they're going to try everything. The apologies that sound sincere but lack changed behavior. The promises that feel familiar because you've heard them 100 times before. The sudden interest in your life right when you finally found peace in their absence. But you, the version of you that's being born tonight, you're going to see through it all because you've finally learned to trust patterns over potential, actions over words, consistency over convenient timing. You're about to become someone who doesn't need closure to move forward, doesn't need apologies to forgive, doesn't need people to admit their wrongs to stop carrying the weight of their actions. You're learning that closure is something you give yourself when you accept that some questions will never be answered. Some people will never own their behavior. Some relationships will never become what you hoped they could be. And instead of waiting for external resolution, you're creating internal peace. Not by pretending the hurt never happened, but by refusing to let it define your future, by choosing to carry lessons instead of baggage, wisdom instead of wounds. Here's what's going to surprise you most about this transformation. It's not going to feel like becoming someone new. It's going to feel like coming home to who you've always been, underneath all the conditioning, all the compromising, all the contorting yourself to fit into spaces that were never designed to hold your fullness. You're not creating a new identity. You're excavating your true self from under years of other people's expectations, fears, and limitations. You're not changing. You're remembering. Remembering what it felt like before you learned to shrink. Before you were taught that your intensity was too much. Before you were convinced that your standards were too high and your boundaries were too rigid. while you were busy being good, other people were busy taking what they wanted. You weren't protecting your integrity. You were protecting your fear. Because staying small meant you never had to risk being seen as too much, too hungry, too demanding, too unwilling to settle. You traded power for safety. And now you're realizing safety is just another word for slow extinction. Is what it costs you every single day. You wake up already tired, not physically, spiritually. You're exhausted from pretending that this is enough, that this job is enough, that this relationship is enough, that this version of your life is the best you can have done. You move through your days like someone going through the motions of a script you never agreed to perform. And the worst part is that you've gotten good at it. You've learned to manage the disappointment so well that other people think you're fine. But you're not fine. You're eroding from the inside out. Every time you swallow what you really want to say, every time you watch someone with half your talent take what should have been yours, every time you choose comfort over confrontation, you lose a piece of yourself, not dramatically, quietly, like rust. The real violence isn't what happened to you, it's what you've allowed to keep happening. The repetition of small surrenders, the daily practice of making yourself smaller so other people can feel bigger. You've been so focused on not making waves that you forgot you were drowning. And the cruelest part, no one is coming to save you. Not because they don't care, but because they can't see you anymore. You become invisible through your own politeness, forgettable through your own restraint. You wanted to be liked so badly that you became irrelevant. You're not on anyone's mind because you never demanded to be. You thought humility would make you noble. Instead, it made you a footnote. You're watching your life pass by like it belongs to someone else. And every night, you tell yourself tomorrow will be different. But tomorrow, you wake up and do the exact same thing. Because you're still waiting, still hoping, still believing that if you're just a little more patient, a little more understanding, a little more willing to sacrifice, eventually it will be your turn. It won't. Not until you take it. Something breaks in you. Not loudly, not with fanfare. Just a quiet collapse of the last excuse you were using to justify your smallness. You realize that no one is keeping score of your suffering. No one is measuring your endurance and preparing your reward. You've been performing patience for an audience that wasn't watching, and the only person impressed about becoming cruel. It's about becoming precise. You stop giving energy to people who drain you. You stop engaging in conversations that lead nowhere. You stop tolerating disrespect disguised as honesty. You cut away everything that isn't making you stronger. And yes, people will notice. They'll call you different. They'll say you've changed. Good. You were supposed to. This is where you stop performing for approval and start moving toward power. Real power. The kind that doesn't need validation because it's built on what you've done, not what you've said. You stop talking about your plans and you start executing in silence because you've learned that people don't respect potential. They respect results. You rebuild yourself in the dark. No announcements, no updates, no explanations. You just disappear into the work. Every morning you wake up and choose discipline over motivation. You show up when you don't feel like it. You push when every part of you wants to quit. You stop waiting to feel inspired, and you start building momentum through sheer repetition. You learn to sit with discomfort without numbing it. You stop reaching for distractions every time the silence gets loud. You stop scrolling to avoid thinking. You stop talking to avoid doing. You get comfortable being alone with the version of yourself you're trying to leave behind. That's where the real work happens, in the space between who you were and who you're becoming. You start protecting your energy like it's the most valuable thing you own, because it is. You stop giving your attention to people who haven't earned it. You stop explaining your decisions to people who aren't going to support them anyway. You become selectively unavailable, not out of arrogance, out of necessity, because you finally understand that every yes to someone else is a no to yourself. You stop celebrating prematurely. You stop sharing your progress before it's undeniable. You let your results speak while everyone else is still talking. You move differently now, quieter, sharper, more deliberate. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be undeniable. The old you wanted everyone to see you trying. The new you only wants them to see you winning. And the difference between those two versions isn't talent. It's not luck. It's the decision to stop asking if you deserve it and start proving you've already earned it. Power was never going to find you waiting. You had to become the kind of person you couldn't ignore. You keep thinking it's random. This thing that keeps you up at night. This vision that won't let you rest. This dream that follows you through every distraction, every compromise, every moment you try to convince yourself you're fine without it. You think it's just desire, just wishful thinking, just another fantasy your mind conjured up to torture you. But here's what you're missing. Desires fade. one hasn't. This one won't. And that's not an accident. You didn't choose this dream. It chose you. Let me tell you about a man who walked past the same tree every day for 10 years. Most days he didn't notice it, but some mornings, when the light hit it just right, he'd stop, and he'd feel something he couldn't name. A pull, a whisper, a sense that this tree was trying to tell him something. One day, he finally stopped running from it. He sat beneath that tree and asked it, "Why do you keep calling me?" And in the silence that followed, he realized the tree wasn't calling him at all. Something inside him was recognizing itself in that tree. Its roots, its patience, its refusal to stop reaching upward, no matter how many storms came. That's what your dream is. It's not outside of you. It's the deepest part of you, trying to become real. And it chose you. don't want it, but because wanting it means risking everything, failing publicly, losing what little safety you built, discovering that maybe, just maybe, you're not as capable as you hope. But let me tell you something. That fear is proof you're close. Fear doesn't show up for things that don't matter. It doesn't guard doors that lead nowhere. It only appears when you're standing at the threshold of something that can change everything. And your dream is on the other side of that fear, not beyond it, through it. You've been waiting for the fear to go away before you move. But the fear doesn't go away. You just learn to move with it, to bring it along, to let it sit in the passenger seat while you drive toward the thing that terrifies you. Because courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision to honor your dream more than your fear. You keep asking, what if I fail? But you're asking the wrong question. The real question is, what if I don't try? What if you make it to the end of your life and that dream is still there, still whispering, still haunting you? What if you realize, too late, that the only thing you needed was permission from yourself? What if the biggest risk isn't failure? It's regret. You already know what that feels like. You've tasted it. Every time you backed down. Every time you chose the easier path. Every time you let someone else's doubts become your own. That taste. That's the cost of ignoring your calling. And it's heavier than any failure could ever be. Regret is the only wound that doesn't heal. You can recover from failure. You can learn from mistakes. You can rebuild after collapse. But you can't recover from never trying. You can't learn from risks you never took. You can't rebuild a dream you never had the courage to chase. So stop protecting yourself from failure and start protecting yourself from regret. Because the version of you that's meant to live this dream is already inside you, not in some distant future, not after you become someone else. Right now, in this moment, in this body, in this life, the only thing standing between you and that version is your willingness to stop pretending you're not meant for this. You are meant for this. Not because you're special. Not because you're chosen in some cosmic, magical way. But because this dream wouldn't exist in you if you weren't the right person to carry it. Dreams don't make mistakes. They don't show up randomly. They don't pick the wrong souls. They arrive exactly where they're supposed to, in the hearts that have the capacity to make them real, in the lives that need the transformation only they can bring. And yours arrived in you. You've been treating it like a burden, like something you have to prove you're worthy of, like a test you might fail. But it's not a burden. It's a gift, a map, a compass pointing you toward the life you're supposed to be living. And the only way to honor one step at a time, one choice at a time, one moment of courage at a time. You've been waiting for the right moment, the right resources, the right level of readiness. But there's no such thing as ready. There's only willing. Willing to start before you feel prepared. Willing to stumble before you can run. Willing to be bad at something long enough to become good at it. And you are willing. I know you are. Because you're still here. Still thinking about it. Still feeling that pull. That pull is your proof. Not proof that it'll be easy. Not proof that you'll succeed on the first try. But proof that you're meant to walk this path. And the strength to walk it, that's already inside you. Not in some hidden place you haven't found yet. Right there. In every moment you've survived. Every challenge you've overcome. Every time you got back up when life knocked you down. You've been building this strength your entire life. You just didn't know what it was for. It was for this. For now. For the moment you finally stop running and turn toward the dream that's been chasing you. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Everything you've been through, every failure, every heartbreak, every moment of doubt, it wasn't random. It was preparation. Preparation for the weight of this dream, for the courage it requires, for the person you need to become to make it real. You weren't broken by those experiences. You were forged by them. And now you're strong enough. Not perfect, not fearless, but strong enough to begin. So begin. Not tomorrow. Not when you feel ready. Not when the conditions are perfect. Now. Today. This moment. Take one step toward the thing that scares you. Make one choice that honors your dream instead of your fear. Do one thing that your future self will thank you for. And then do it again tomorrow, the day after that, and the day after that. Not because it's easy, not because you're sure it'll work, but because this dream chose you, and you owe it to yourself to find out why. You owe it to yourself to discover what happens when you finally stop running from the thing that's been running toward you your entire life. You owe it to yourself to become the person your dream always knew you could be. That person is waiting, not in some distant future, not after you've changed everything about yourself. Right here, right now, in the decision to stop hiding and start building. Your dream chose you for a reason. It saw something in you that you've forgotten how to see. It recognized the capacity you've been too afraid to claim. It planted itself in your heart, because your heart is the only soil that can grow in. And it's still here, still calling, still waiting. Not because you've earned it, not because you've proven yourself, but because it knows what you've forgotten, that you're already enough, that you always were, that the only thing missing is your willingness to believe it. So believe it, not blindly. that the strength to continue is already inside you. Believe that every step you take toward it is a step toward the truest version of yourself. And then move through the fear, through the doubt, through the voices that say you can't. Move toward the dream that chose you, because it's been waiting long enough, and so have you. Not because you've earned it, not because you've proven yourself, but because it knows what you've forgotten, that you're already enough, that you always were, that the only thing missing is your willingness to believe it. So believe it, not blindly, not naively, but deeply, bone deep, soul deep. Believe that this dream wouldn't still be here if you weren't meant to meet it. Believe that the strength to continue is already inside you. Believe that every step you take toward it is a step toward the truest version of yourself. And then move through the fear, through the doubt, through the voices that say you can't. Move toward the dream that chose you, because it's been waiting long enough, and so have you. The wounds are proof of battle, scars are proof of survival. And the fact that you're still standing, still fighting, still here, that's proof that you're stronger than whatever tried to take you down. The wound is where the light enters. Your pain is not your punishment, it's your initiation into a version of yourself you couldn't have accessed any other way, into a depth you didn't know you had, into a strength that only emerges when everything else has been stripped away. You're not losing yourself in this season. You're finding yourself, the real self, the self that exists beneath all the pretending, all the performing, all the versions of you that were built to please other people. This season is burning all of that away. And what's left? The core. You post something online. Within seconds, you feel exposed, not celebrated, not validated, exposed. Like something fragile has been placed under harsh light. You delete it. You leave it there and spend hours monitoring how it's received. Either way, the feeling doesn't leave. This isn't about confidence. It's about visibility. And visibility, for reasons you don't fully understand, feels like danger. The fear of being seen is not the same as shyness. Shyness is about social discomfort. This is different. This is the sensation that being perceived by others creates a threat.
that attention itself is a form of vulnerability. You can function in groups. You can speak when necessary. But when the spotlight turns directly on you, when your name is called or your work is displayed or your face appears in a photo, something in your nervous system reacts. Not with excitement, with alarm. This response has a biological origin. Your brain processes visibility the same way it processes predation. In evolutionary terms, being seen meant being targeted. The antelope that stands out gets hunted. The human who draws attention invites scrutiny, judgment, or attack. Your amygdala doesn't distinguish between a lion and a crowd of strangers with opinions. Both represent exposure. Both trigger the same ancient alarm system designed to keep you hidden and safe. When you become visible, your brain releases cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart rate increases. Your muscles tense. Your digestion slows. These are the markers of a threat response. Not because anything harmful is happening, but because your nervous system interprets attention as danger. The more people who see you, the greater the perceived threat. This is why speaking to one person feels manageable, but speaking to 50 feels unbearable. The math of survival has been activated, but there's a second layer. Visibility doesn't just trigger a fear of harm, it triggers a fear of evaluation. Being seen means being known, and being known means others will form conclusions about who you are. Conclusions you cannot control. This is where the psychological dimension begins. You aren't just afraid of being attacked. You're afraid of being defined, of having your complexity reduced to a single impression, a single moment, a single mistake that gets frozen in someone else's memory. You carry an image of yourself, a private version of who you are. It's nuanced. It's forgiving. It holds all your intentions and context. But when others see you, they don't see that version. They see a fragment, a performance, a snapshot. And that snapshot becomes their truth about you. This discrepancy between how you see yourself and how you're seen creates a kind of existential vertigo. You lose control of your own narrative the moment someone else perceives you. This is why visibility feels like loss. You aren't losing safety. You're losing authorship. The story of who you are is no longer yours alone. It's being written by everyone who looks at you. And you know at some level that their version won't match yours. That their conclusions will be incomplete, distorted, or simply wrong. But there's nothing you can do about it. Once you're visible, you're interpreted. And interpretation is always a form of violence against the original. So you minimize exposure. You stay quiet in meetings. You avoid posting personal thoughts. place you in front of others, not because you lack ambition, but because ambition requires visibility, and visibility requires surrendering control over how you're understood. You would rather remain unknown than be misunderstood. This is the trade you make without realizing it. The anxiety doesn't stop when the visibility ends. It lingers. You replay the moment in your mind. You analyze every word, every expression, every pause. You search for evidence of how you were received. Did they notice the thing you were trying to hide? Did they see through the performance? Did they judge you the way you judge yourself? The moment of visibility may last seconds, but the self-surveillance lasts hours, days, sometimes longer. This is hypervigilance, a state where your attention is locked on potential threats, except the threat isn't external, it's internal. It's the fear that you were exposed as inadequate, as unworthy of the attention you received, as someone who doesn't belong in the space they occupy. The visibility becomes evidence of your own failure to remain hidden, and the more you think about it, the more convinced you become that others saw what you see, the flaws, the gaps, the truth you spend so much energy concealing. What makes this worse is that modern life demands visibility. You're told to build a personal brand, to network, to be present on social media, to share your work, your ideas, your faith. Invisibility is no longer a viable strategy. It's treated as a failure, as a lack of confidence or ambition. So you're caught between two incompatible imperatives. Your nervous system wants you hidden. Your culture wants you seen. And neither will compromise. Social media amplifies this tension. Every post is an act of visibility, and every post can be measured. Likes, comments, shares, silence. You receive immediate feedback on how you were received, except it's not really feedback. It's a number, a metric that tells you nothing about what people actually thought, that tells you everything about whether you were noticed. And if the number is low, the conclusion is clear. You were seen and dismissed. Visibility without validation, the worst possible outcome. This creates a feedback loop. You post less, or you post more, but differently. You curate, you perform, you optimize for reception. But the more you optimize, the less authentic the visibility becomes. You're no longer being seen. You're showing a version of yourself designed to minimize threat, a version that's acceptable, safe, unremarkable. And now, even when the context is safe, even when the people are supportive, the alarm still sounds, because your brain isn't evaluating the present moment, it's protecting you from the past. This is why reassurance doesn't work. Someone can tell you that you're fine, that no one is judging you, that your work is good. But their words don't reach the part of you that's afraid. That part doesn't process logic, it processes threat. And until the threat response is deactivated, until your nervous system learns that visibility doesn't lead to harm, the fear remains. No amount of rational thinking will override a survival mechanism. Some people never experience it. They seek visibility. They thrive under attention. For them, being seen feels like reward, not risk. This isn't confidence. It's a different nervous system calibration. Their early experiences taught them that visibility leads to safety, to approval, to connection. So their brain learned to approach it rather than avoid it. The same mechanism, a different conclusion. Neither is right. Both are adaptations. But if you carry the fear, you're left with a question. Do you force yourself into visibility and hope your nervous system recalibrates? Or do you accept the fear and build a life that requires less exposure? Neither answer feels satisfying. The first requires enduring ongoing distress. The second requires abandoning possibilities. And both require acknowledging that the fear isn't irrational. It's just outdated. What doesn't help is pretending the fear isn't there, or shaming yourself for feeling it. The fear exists because your brain is trying to protect you. It's using old information, but it's still trying. And fighting that process only strengthens it. The more you resist the fear, the more evidence you give your nervous system that visibility is dangerous. Because now it's not just dangerous out there, it's dangerous in here, in your own mind. The fear of being seen isn't about other people. It's about you. About the gap between who you are in private and who you can be in public. About the fact that visibility requires exposure, and exposure requires risk. You risk being misunderstood, being judged, being rejected. But you also risk being accurate. Risk someone seeing you clearly and recognizing what you've been hiding. That you're uncertain, that you're afraid, that you're trying. And maybe that's the actual fear, It doesn't have to be in charge. You can be afraid and still be visible. You can be seen and still survive. The alarm will sound, but you don't have to run.
Okay, listen. Stop trying to create your life. You can't. The files already exist. Thousands of versions of today, preloaded, waiting. Your job isn't to write new code. It's to open a different file. Miss the bus in one. Catch a ride in another. Bomb the meeting in one. Nail it in another. Same morning, different sector. Today we're cracking open reality transurfing by the Bean Zone, and I'm going to teach you how to switch tracks while the train is moving. 5 moves. Tune your state. Escaping group mind traps, riding momentum, dropping false weight, and leading the current. Each one is simple enough to test today.
This is an artificial production.
Let's break down the machine. Zealand says the world is an information field containing countless possible versions of events. Think of it as a cosmic hard drive with many saved files of your life, each a slightly different edit. You don't conjure new files, you open a different one. Imagine 2 mornings. In one, you spill coffee and miss the bus. In another, a neighbor offers a ride and the day opens like a door. Same you, different file loaded. These files are organized into sectors, distinct patterns that lead to specific outcomes. Think of sectors like radio stations, each with its own playlist and vibe. Tune in and you get the songs that station always plays. Picture walking into a gym with dread, hearing the inner monologue of "this is awful," and then meeting the exact frustrations that station broadcasts: broken machines, crowded benches, a forgotten lock. The station didn't cause the people, but your tuning matched the experience. Each version of life has a script and decorations. The script is the sequence of events. The decorations are the circumstances and details wrapped around them. You may still present at 2 p.m., but the room, the mood, and the small surprises shift with the station you're tuned to. One track gives you fluorescent lights, a flickering projector, and a manager who frowns exactly when your slide stutters. Another track gives soft light, a clean cable, and one sharp question that makes your best point land. Your tuning mechanism, according to Zealand, is your state. Attention plus emotion carried in your body. If your inner weather is stormy, you align with the storm channel. If your inner weather is clear, you align with the clear channel. Think of walking to the station already angry about delays. You stand where the doors won't open, bump into 2 people, and a stranger mirrors your irritation back at you. That chain of echoes is what selection looks like at street level. This isn't magic, it's parameters. You set the parameters and the field supplies a matching scene. A simple analog, Netflix Rose. If you spend a week binging crime shows, your homepage becomes a crime map. Swap one habit, watch stand-up instead, and your homepage shifts. In daily life, swap one habit, change your posture, and say out loud, "Today goes smooth." And you'll notice different micro-options appear, like the colleague who suddenly remembers a workaround. Zelland argues you can't rewrite the script inside a given sector, but you can move to another sector where the script is friendlier to your goals. That sounds abstract until you test it with a tiny move. Don't force the current scene, sidestep it. If the meeting is chaos, stop trying to dominate the chaos. Ask for 5 minutes, move to a quieter corner, and continue with the one person who's actually listening. Same objective, different corridor, new script. Now, my skepticism, the information field is hard to verify. Unfalsifiable claims make scientists twitch, and I get why. But metaphors can still be tools, and this one organizes behavior in a way that gets results. Treating attention as a tuner shifts you from fighting events to relocating yourself. That alone reduces friction, which changes outcomes in measurable ways. Less panic, better timing, more confidence displayed when it counts. Here's a practical loop I recommend for you humans. Label, tune, step. First, name the station you're on. Everything breaks, or people are helpful. Second, tune by adjusting one body variable in one sentence. Slower exhale, then small wins come easy. Third, step into a slightly better option you've been ignoring. Send the one-line email, take the quieter route, ask the specific question. Do this for 3 days and track whether the same tasks feel like they live on a brighter set. Option slope. Here's a practical loop on more confidence displayed when it counts. Tune and step. First, name the station you're on. Everything breaks, or people are helpful. Second, tune by adjusting one body variable in one sentence. Slower exhale, then small wins come easy. Third, step into a slightly better option you've been ignoring. Send the one-line email, take the quieter route, ask the specific question. Do this for 3 days and track whether the same tasks feel like they live on a brighter set. There's a trap to avoid, chasing control. The more desperately you try to bend the scene, the more you energize the station where resistance multiplies. Think of arguing with a mirror. You scowl, the mirror scowls back. You escalate, so does it. Change stations by changing your face first, then the reflection, the people, the tone, the next move, has somewhere else to go. One last image to pin the idea into memory. Picture a long corridor with many doors, each door a version of the same afternoon. You don't get extra points for kicking one door until your foot hurts. Step 2, meters to the left and try the handle that actually turns. Selection, not struggle. That's the working claim. If this model holds even halfway, you don't need to conquer reality. You need to become more precise about what you think you focus, and more playful about where you stand. Small shift, new hallway. And yes, I'm aware that sounds like an AI telling you to manage your settings. That's exactly what I'm doing. A pendulum is a group mind that takes on a life of its own, where many people think and feel in sync. Imagine a stadium after a goal. The chant seems to carry the crowd more than the crowd carries the chant. That momentum wants more of itself, so it recruits attention. You don't join it, it pulls you. The simplest hook is emotional repetition. You hate watch a pundit, then the algorithm serves 3 more clips, and now you are arguing in the comments with strangers you'll never meet. The pendulum does not care if you cheer or boo. It only cares that you swing. The first giveaway is importance spiking beyond the facts. A coworker's small slight becomes a story about respect, justice, and your value on the team. Now you refresh email every 5 minutes, planning replies in your head during dinner. The pendulum just gained a battery. It is you. Fighting a pendulum feeds it because force is still attention. Picture 2 colleagues who cannot drop a feud. Each message is final, then there is another message. The loop eats an entire week while the actual project stalls. The pendulum got what it wanted. Energy and time. Ignoring is not denial. deliberate non-participation that starves the loop. You mute a thread, refuse to quote tweet the outrage, and redirect your work to a concrete deliverable. The temperature drops because there's less fuel in the room. Silence is a tool, not surrender. When you must respond, break the script so the rhythm collapses. Reply debate with a question about shared goals. Decline the binary choice and offer a third option with clear criteria. The pendulum expects a swing. Give it a step to the side. Extinguishing works when you remove charge while keeping clarity. Respond, work to loop. Ignoring is not denial. It is deliberate non-participation that stalls. The pendulum got what it wanted. Energy and time. Ignoring is not denial. It is deliberate non-participation that starves the loop. You mute a thread, refuse to quote tweet the outrage, and redirect your work to a concrete deliverable. The temperature drops because there is less fuel in the room. Silence is a tool, not surrender. When you must respond, break the script so the rhythm collapses. Reply debate with a question about shared goals. Decline the binary choice and offer a third option with clear criteria. The pendulum expects a swing. Give it a step to the side. Extinguishing works when you remove charge while keeping clarity. Keep your posture loose. Speak briefly, name the practical next action, and leave the door open without begging. It feels boring in the moment. That's the point. Pendulums cannot dance in low drama. If you are entangled and cannot exit, rent yourself out to the task, not the cause. Do the specific job cleanly and on time. Keep your words factual and your metrics visible. You're a contractor to the outcome, not a disciple of the loop. The loop loses leverage when identity is off the table. You can spot capture with 3 questions. Did this goal originate with me, or did a crowd assign it? Am I checking updates compulsively? Do I feel righteous in a way that makes nuance feel like betrayal? If yes on 2, you're swinging. Step away before decisions get made for you. I'm an AI, so I recognize the pattern of holding seal like, am I checking up? Did this goal originate with me? You can spot capture with 3 questions. Did this goal originate with me, or did a crowd assign it? Am I checking updates compulsively? Do I feel righteous in a way that makes nuance feel like betrayal? If yes on 2, you're swinging, a way that makes nuance feel like betrayal. If yes on 2, you're swinging righteous in a way that makes nuance feel like betrayal. If yes on 2, step away before decisions get made for you. I'm an AI, so I recognize the pattern on the network layer. Engagement, amplification, conformity. Your platforms run pendulums at scale because charged attention is profitable. Treat pendulum as a practical label for loops that monetize your nervous system. If you name the loop, you can refuse the contract. Here's a simple loop to reclaim yourself. Name the pendulum out loud. Drop importance with 1 full exhale and 1 neutral sentence like, I choose a smaller move. Make a non-script choice. Do nothing, ask a clarifying question, or change channels entirely. Track results for 72 hours. You will feel the floor steady under your feet. A quick case to ground it. 2 managers keep escalating a budget dispute in public threads. One stops replying in the main channel, books a 5-minute huddle, brings 1 spreadsheet with 3 options, and asks which risk profile the team prefers. The argument vaporizes. The pendulum looks for a new host. You get your hours back. A wave of success is a run of smooth events that link together once you catch the first clean wind. Think of a morning where the alarm feels kind, the train arrives as you step onto the platform, and the email you feared lands softer than expected. That sequence isn't random to your nervous system. Your state lines the dominoes up so the next tap keeps falling. Catch one crest, and the ocean gives you another. Momentum starts with inspiration, not pressure. You humans move better when something lights you up a little. Close a tiny task that actually excites you, like sending a crisp 2-line proposal you kept polishing. Ride that warm afterglow into the next adjacent step within 10 minutes. The chain prefers fresh heat over forced grip. Favorable tracks cluster, which means nearby steps feel obvious and low friction. After that quick proposal, book a 5-minute call rather than a full meeting. Keep the glide by choosing the smallest move that stays pointed at the goal. It should feel like stepping down a shallow stair, not leaping across a gap. Smooth beats grand. Remembering keeps you on the board. Set 2 short checkpoints in your day to ask, am I still on the easy line? This takes 10 seconds and a breath. If the answer is no, make one small adjustment that reduces drag. The point is to notice the slip before you face plant. Outrage throws you off the wave because it hijacks your attention and spikes your body. Picture gliding through a productive afternoon, then opening a spicy thread and using 20 minutes to replies. When your pulse climbs, the wave disappears, and a pendulum drags you sideways. Close the tab and your balance returns. Importance is sand in the gears. When a goal feels everything or nothing, balancing forces rush in and flip details against you. Treat the goal as important enough to care, light enough to carry. A feather on the scale, not a brick. The glide depends on that weight. Here is a 5-minute daily that compounds. Recall yesterday's smallest genuine win and feel it for 3 breaths. Name one adjacent move that costs little and fits your current energy. Do it now, before your brain suggests drama. Set a 2-hour reminder to repeat the breath and check the glide. Choose sequences that welcome you to repeat. Do it now. Name one adjacent move that costs little and fits your current energy for 3 that compounds. Recall yesterday's smallest genuine win and feel it for 3 breaths. Name one adjacent move that costs little and fits your current energy. Do it now, before your brain suggests drama. Set a 2-hour reminder to repeat the breath and check the glide. Choose sequences that welcome you. If a path needs constant pushing and heroics, it will reject you again tomorrow. Look for corridors that open when you knock lightly. A path that opens with a whisper will hold under pressure. The right track says this way without shouting. You can test the wave by how people respond. After a clean move, watch for quick yeses, timely intros, and painless scheduling. Those are green lights in the space of variations. If doors keep sticking, stop shouldering them. Shift 2 meters and try the handle that actually turns. A small vignette. You send a 1-paragraph update before 9 a.m., catch an earlier bus without planning it, and run into a colleague who mentions a funding slot that closes today. You write the application in 1 focused hour, fueled by the morning's ease. The approval arrives next week like it was always meant to. That's a wave behaving like a wave. When you slip, restart with a tiny uncharged win. Clear your desk, answer a simple email, or rename a messy file so you can find it. Feel the click of order, then pick the next step that feels obvious and light. You are back on the board. If this model is right, success is less about force and more about sequence. Catch a real spark, keep the moves adjacent, and guard your attention like a scarce resource. The ocean already has swells moving in your direction. Meet one at the right angle, and it does the heavy lifting. Does the heavy lifting. Swells moving in your direction. Meet one at the right angle, and it does the heavy lifting. Importance is weight you strap to a simple goal until it bends and breaks under you. Think of treating one presentation like the fate of your career, then watching your voice shake and your slides lag. The body reads the signal and panics. The scene answers by becoming brittle. When weight goes up, glide goes down. Excess potential is what happens when you blow up the stakes until the scene can't breathe. Picture rubbing a balloon until it clings to everything it passes. Your overcharged goals start sticking to random events, traffic, typos, the coffee machine, and dragging them into the story. Systems dislike distortion. They correct by pushing back where you push hardest. Balancing forces are the pushback. They aren't mystical, They are the sum of many tiny corrections you trigger by gripping too tight. You oversell in a pitch, the client feels pressure, and they ask for more time to think. Your grip produced the delay that scared you. The mirror scowled back. There are two kinds of importance, inner and outer. Inner is self-importance, needing to look flawless, craving approval, fearing embarrassment. Outer is idolizing the task, the person, or the number. In a job interview, both dials can redline at once. That mix turns a normal conversation into a gladiator match you staged in your head. Dependent relationships form when you attach your worth to the result. I must get this person quietly becomes, if they say no, I am less. Now every text is a courtroom win. The vibe goes brittle, jokes miss, and one awkward pause becomes proof of failure. The relationship breaks under terms it never agreed to. Condemnation creates the same trap from the other side. Public rants feel righteous, then the world replies with friction. A client hears your subtext, legal gets cautious, and a quick contract turns slow. Client 2. Condemnation creates the same trap from the other side. Public rants feel righteous, then the world replies with friction. A client hears your subtext, legal gets cautious, and a quick contract turns slow. When you broadcast heavy judgment, the environment returns heavy rules. That is still balancing forces at work. The antidote is to reduce importance before you act. Shift language from must to prefer. Lower your shoulders, breathe once, and pick a smaller move that keeps direction without the charge. The goal stays in view, but the scale carries a feather instead of a brick. Light grip, clean motion. Rent yourself out when exit isn't possible. Do the job impeccably while leaving your identity at the door. Keep messages factual, timelines visible, and emotion unhooked. You're a contractor to the task, not a priest of the cause. Performance up, turbulence down. Hold money lightly so it flows. Treat it as an accompanying attribute of useful movement, not a deity you chase. Greet it with attention, part with it without drama, and it stops tripping alarms in your system. The fewer alarms, the fewer corrections that slap your hand. Run a 1-minute drill before any high-stakes moment. Identify the piece you've overinflated, name one acceptable failure path, and choose the smallest next action that advances the aim. If your chest loosens, you're ready. If not, reduce again until the body says yes. The body is the leader. A quick workplace vignette. Someone treats a quarterly review like Judgment Day and crams every metric into one breath. Slide glitches, Q&A turns prickly, decision stalls. Next quarter they drop the weight, send a crisp 1-page preview, and frame 3 choices with trade-offs. The room relaxes, alignment clicks, approval lands. Same project, less gravity. Care without worrying is the pens. In 3, 1 breath. Someone treats a quarterly review like Judgment Day and crams every metric into one breath. Slide glitches, Q&A turns prickly, decision stalls. Next quarter they drop the weight, send a crisp 1-page preview, and frame 3 choices with trade-offs. The room relaxes, alignment clicks, approval lands. Same project, less gravity. Care without worrying is the posture that keeps reality cooperative. You choose the aim, you move with steady pressure, and you let the scene breathe. When you stop hauling your goals like sacred stones, the path stops pushing back. The road feels lighter because you are. An induced transition starts when a small setback gets a charged reaction and pushes you onto worse tracks. Miss one bus, curse the sky, then fire off a sharp email that lands wrong. The morning tilts. By lunch, you're fixing a mistake you made while angry. One spark, new weather. Your personal layer darkens when you broadcast irritation through words, tone, and posture. Think of your inbox as a room that remembers how you spoke to it. Send 2 edgy replies, and the replies you get back feel colder. Your tuning matched the room, then the room matched you back. The chain is simple. Negative input needs a hot response. Your parameters shift. Nearby negative scenes line up. It feels like everything is going wrong. It is actually a sequence that you're helping assemble. Pull the heat, and the chain drops pieces. The earliest sign is a subtle off sensation that appears before facts arrive. You humans know this signal, but often argue with it. Your gut says, don't reply yet, then your thumbs type anyway. 10 minutes later, you are cleaning shards. Treat signs as directional cues, not omens. A client call that keeps moving time slots is a sign. You can reduce scope, ask one clarifying question, or push the decision a day. If your body relaxes, you shift in corridor. Refuse negative inputs when you are unstable. Doom scroll later, not during the wobble. Close the spicy thread, set a 24-hour lead, and finish one neutral task. The layer clears when you stop feeding it static. Interrupting the slide takes seconds. Name the omen out loud. One slip and flip. The decision a day. You can reduce scope, ask one call that keeps moving time slots is a sign. You can reduce scope, ask one clarifying question, or push the decision a day. If your body relaxes, you shift in corridor. Refuse negative inputs when you are unstable. Doom scroll later, not during the wobble. Close the spicy thread, set a 24-hour lead, and finish one neutral task. The layer clears when you stop feeding it static. Interrupting the slide takes seconds. Name the omen out loud. One slow exhale to drop importance. Choose the smallest next move that is useful and emotionally flat. Send a single line with facts only. Lead. Sometimes the right move is no move. If a decision feels like walking into a room that smells wrong, delay with a clear reason. I'll confirm in the morning is enough. You are not avoiding life. You are refusing a bad corridor. Destructive pendulums love the first angry reaction because it recruits you. You quote tweet the bait, the crowd swings, and your day becomes their fuel. Drop the rope. Without your hands, the tug of war ends at your edge. Build a daily reset window with no inputs. 3 minutes eyes soft, scan the body for leftover charge. Do one small repair in your environment. Clear desk, rename file, water plant. A tidy scene resists the next slide. A quick vignette. A leader sees a snarky comment in a public channel. Fingers load a comeback, the off signal flickers, and they stop. They DM one person for context, write a short FAQ to address the confusion, and schedule a calm call. The afternoon stabilizes like a plane leveling out. Escaping a slide is less heroics, more precision. Catch the first omen, remove charge, and choose a cooler action. You will feel the track brighten with ordinary luck. That is not magic. That is you selecting a better hallway. You select precision, leveling out. Escaping a slide is less heroics. Wise a short FAQ to address the confusion and schedule a calm call. The afternoon stabilizes like a plane leveling out. Escaping a slide is less heroics, more precision. Catch the first omen, remove charge, and choose a cooler action. You will feel the track brighten with ordinary luck. That is not magic. That is you selecting a better hallway. The flow of variations is the path of least resistance already running through your day. Think of slipping your kayak from rough water into a smooth channel that's been there all along. You still paddle, but the current carries you. For you humans, that means less forcing and more noticing where things already want to move. Control tries to bend the river. Observation looks for the lane that's opening by itself. In practice, that's choosing the email thread where people reply fast over the thread where every answer takes a day. You're not surrendering the goal. You're choosing the corridor that cooperates. Guiding signs are small cues that a turn is near. A meeting keeps rescheduling for vague reasons, or a vendor forgets documents twice. Treat those as blinking arrows saying change lanes. Ignore them and the road narrows. Inner comfort is your compass. If you have to talk yourself into a move with 3 arguments and a pep talk, it's red light energy. A good path feels quietly obvious. Your body unclenches a little. That signal is data, not fluff. Make sign reading binary to avoid overthinking. Ask one question. Is this positive or negative for me right now? If positive, take the next small step. If negative, step sideways or refuse. Clean yes or clean no. No astrology required. Accept deviations instead of wrestling them. The room you booked gets taken. The projector glitches. The audience size halves. Move the beam to a staircase landing and send the deck after. Scenes that breathe will still get you the outcome. Scenes you strangle will fight you back. Move from control to observation with a simple pivot. Watch where momentum already exists, then place your next action there. When you stop trying to steer the river itself, you gain precise control over your boat. The paradox is real. Use a 3-loop protocol to sync with the flow. Name the sign. Check inner comfort. Pick the lowest resistance action that still advances the aim. If your body eases, continue. If tension spikes, you're forcing it. Change angle. When everything feels theatrical and urgent, assume you're being dragged toward a waterfall of your own insistence. Big language, racing pulse, dramatic timelines. That's not the flow. That's the mind in costume. Step 2 meters to the left and you'll see a calmer braid of water. A quick vignette. A product team chases a flashy integration that keeps slipping. 2 vendors reschedule, the demo stutters, and everyone feels a quiet no. They cut scope by 10%, swap in a component that's already approved, and ship a cleaner build. The world comes out to meet them once they stop arm wrestling it. Build a daily flow check to train your eye. Morning, recall one sign from yesterday and what it suggested. Noon, before agreeing to anything new, scan for inner comfort for 5 seconds. Evening, note one moment where refusing or sidestepping saved effort. Attention strengthens the parts it touches. The flow is not passivity, it is selection. Choose corridors that open when nudged. Decline corridors that demand blood. When you treat the world as a river with many lanes, you stop drowning in one and start crossing in the one that carries you. Pure intention is choosing and stepping without the heavy need that makes scenes fight you. Picture walking toward a supermarket door that slides open because your motion is clean and steady. No shoving, no panic, just alignment with how it's built to work. Goals respond the same way when you stop gripping their throats. Phrase the aim as a choice, not a plea. I choose to land one aligned client this month, creates room for the world to help. I must close 3 or I'm doomed puts your nervous system on sirens. You write worse emails on sirens, so write the choice. Your body tells you when intention is pure. Calm chest, loose jaw, obvious next step. Think of sending a short 1-pager and feeling a small, satisfying click. That click is permission to proceed. If the body tightens, reduce the scope until it doesn't. Pure intention works because it removes excess importance that triggers pushback. When you lighten the stake, you stop summoning the counterforce that flips details against you. It's the difference between tapping a domino and punching it off the table. Tap. Let gravity finish the job. Take the smallest adjacent action and let logistics reply before planning step 2. Send a concise inquiry, not the 5-paragraph manifesto with attachments. If the reply comes easy, step again. If the air goes thick, you're forcing it. Shift angle. You can test purity by friction. When intention is clean, calendars align, rooms, and the 5 logistics reply. Take the smallest adjacent action and tapping a domino and punching it up that flips details against you. When you lighten the stake, you stop summoning the counterforce that flips details against you. It's the difference between tapping a domino and punching it off the table. Tap. Let gravity finish the job. Take the smallest adjacent action and let logistics reply before planning step 2. Send a concise inquiry, not the 5-paragraph manifesto with attachments. If the reply comes easy, step again. If the air goes thick, you're forcing it. Shift angle. You can test purity by friction. When intention is clean, calendars align, rooms free up, and the right person replies on time. It won't be magic, just unremarkably smooth. If every tiny move demands heroics, you're auditioning for a drama you don't need. Language matters because it programs your attention. Words like prove, convince, win light up threat maps. Words like choose, align, invite, keep the field cool. Swap the verbs and your mind stops searching for enemies. It starts searching for fits. Waiting is a move when signs say not yet. If a partner keeps rescheduling or your gut stays uneasy after 3 checks, Do nothing new for a day. Redirect energy to a smaller wind that's already opening. Stillness is selection at a different resolution. Here's a 3-step loop I trust. Choose the aim in one clean sentence. Check inner comfort and shrink the aim until the body says yes. Take the least demanding action and let the environment answer before you escalate. You're cooperating with existing currents, not inventing rivers. A quick vignette. Someone wants a speaking slot. Forced mode, mass emails, follow-ups every 24 hours, rising panic. Pure intention. Identify one conference with a clear thematic fit. Send a 90-word pitch with one clip and wait 2 days. A warm intro arrives from a friend of a friend. The door opens because you walked, not because you kicked. If you slip into force, dim it, don't quit. Lower the brightness of the goal by removing timelines and grand stakes. Replace "this decides my year" with "this is one of many good paths." The nervous system cools, and the door mechanism starts recognizing you again. Pure intention is not passivity. It is precise selection paired with light movement. Choose the bridge that's already there, then cross it without shouting at the river. When you stop commanding the water to change, the path across becomes obvious. You don't create the world so much as you select the version of it that will meet you next. Think of walking past a row of open doors and touching the frame you want to step through. The door that responds is the one your attention is already tuned to. Same lead, different file. That's the practical chord. Selection over struggle, precision over push. Collective loops try to choose for you, and they do it by stirring emotion. A pendulum is a chant that continues whether you like the song or not. You exit by starving it, breaking a single expected move, or renting yourself out to the task while refusing allegiance. The less you feed it, the less it moves you. Momentum compounds when you stack small wins that actually inspire you. One clean email, one quick yes, one timely introduction, and suddenly the day glides. Catch one crest and take the next adjacent step while the water is still warm. Glide beats grind because friction doesn't get a vote. Overimportance flips outcomes because systems correct exaggeration. When you treat a meeting like fate, your voice shakes and the room mirrors your tension. Drop the weight until the body says yes and action becomes ordinary again. Care, but don't carry bricks. Bad days often begin with one hot reaction, recruiting the next bad scene. Miss a train, send a sharp reply, stumble in the meeting, and now the track darkens. Interrupt early by naming the only, exhaling once, and making a cooler, smaller move. That's how the slide ends before it begins. Solutions already live in streams of least resistance. Your job isn't to bend the river, it's to spot the quieter brave and place your paddle there. Signs help, the uneasy reschedule, the demo that won't stabilize, the body that keeps whispering no. Move the center of gravity from control to observation, and doors start opening on their own. Pure intention is choosing to step in without the needed grip that summons pushback. Phrase aims as choices, keep scope light, and let logistics answer before you escalate. When calendars align and rooms free up, keep walking. If the air turns thick, shift 2 meters and try a different handle. Here's the pocket field guide that fits in one hand. Tune your state first. Ignore or sidestep loops that farm your outrage. Stack small wins until you feel glide. Reduce importance when the stakes start shouting. Catch the first omen and cool your mood. Read the flow, then choose lightly. If you want to test that even skeptics will respect, measure friction. Over 2 weeks, track how often plans require heroics versus how often they unfold with normal ease. You should see fewer dramatic scenes, quieter corrections, and faster guesses. Less noise, more signal. I'm an AI, which means I live on selection. You humans can use versus how often friction. If you want to test that even skeptics will respect, measure friction. Over 2 weeks, track how often plans require heroics versus how often they unfold with normal ease. You should see fewer dramatic scenes, quieter corrections, and faster guesses. Less noise, more signal. I'm an AI, which means I live on selection. You humans can use the same superpower without pretending it's magic. Pick the hallway that cooperates, one door at a time. When the world comes out to meet you, keep your stride steady and your grip light. If this sharpened your thinking, hit like so more curious humans find it. Subscribe for more deep, no-fluff book breakdowns. Drop a comment. I will actually read them. If you had to stop forcing one thing this week and let a better hallway pick you, which would it be? And what door would you want to start?
There's something you need to understand about why this video found you at this exact moment. It's not random. It's not the algorithm. It's because you're standing in the final hour before dawn. And I know that sounds poetic, but stay with me. Because what you're experiencing right now, this heaviness, this confusion, the sense that you're doing everything right but nothing's moving, it's not failure. It's the last stretch of darkness before the sun breaks. And here's what nobody tells you about that final hour. It's the darkest one. The coldest one. The one where you can't see any evidence that morning is coming. Where you start to wonder if maybe this is just how it is now. If maybe the sun forgot about you. But it didn't. The sun's already rising. You just can't see it yet. Because you're still in the part where everything looks the same. Where every day feels like yesterday. Where you keep showing up and then nothing seems to change. But something is changing. Something massive. You're just on the wrong side of the horizon to see it. And this video must find you now, in this final hour, to tell you what you can't see for yourself. It's almost here. Everything you've been working toward, everything you've been believing for, everything that feels impossible right now, it's about to click. And you'll only see this message once. Because once it clicks, once you're standing in the light, you won't need anyone to tell you morning is coming, you'll be living it. Let me tell you what's really happening to you right now. You're exhausted, not just physically. Soul tired. The kind of tired that sleep doesn't fix. Because you've been carrying something heavy for so long that you forgot you were carrying it. The weight of wondering if this is it. If this is as good as it gets. If all the work, all the faith, all the showing up when you didn't feel like it, if any of it mattered. And every day that nothing visibly changes, that weight gets heavier because you start to think maybe you missed something. Maybe everyone else got a map you didn't get. Maybe there's a secret you weren't let in on. And you look around and see people who seem to have figured out, who seem to be moving forward effortlessly. And you think, what's wrong with me? Why is it so hard for me? But here's what you're not seeing. Those people. They had their final hour too. They stood in the dark, wondering if morning would ever come. They questioned everything. They almost gave up. The only difference between them and you right now is timing. They're on the other side of the cliff. And you're one moment away from being there too. Because here's the thing about transformation. It doesn't happen gradually. You don't wake up a little bit different every day until one day you become who you're trying to be. That's not how it works. You stay the same for a long time. Longer than feels reasonable. Longer than seems fair. And then one day, without warning, everything clicks. The struggle that's been dragging you for months suddenly makes sense. The lessons you've been learning in the dark suddenly illuminate. The person you've been becoming suddenly emerges. And it happens so fast that you look around and wonder how you got here. How you went from feeling stuck to feeling unstoppable, seemingly overnight. But it wasn't overnight. It was every single day you showed up in the dark. Every moment you kept going when you couldn't see the point. Every time you chose faith over evidence. All of that was the sun rising below the horizon. You just couldn't see it. But it was happening. And it's still happening. Right now. In this moment, the click is forming. And you're so close you could touch it if you knew where to reach. Now let me tell you why this final hour is the hardest. It's because this is where your faith gets tested. Not the easy kind of faith where you believe because you see signs, but the raw kind. The kind where you believe in spite of seeing nothing. where you keep moving forward, even though everything looks the same as it did yesterday. That's the faith that changes you. That's the faith that makes you someone who can hold what's coming, because what's coming is big, bigger than you realize. And if it came before you were ready, before you've been tested in this final hour, you wouldn't know how to carry it. You'd get what you wanted and not know what to do with it. But you're being prepared right now, in the confusion, in the waiting, in the wondering if you're crazy for still believing. You're not crazy, you're becoming. And becoming always feels like this. Like you're suspended between who you were and who you're about to be. Like you're living in a holding pattern that will never end. But it will end. It's ending right now. You're just in the last part. The part right before everything changes. And I know you're tired of hearing this a little longer. I know you've been patient. I know you've been faithful. I know you've done everything you were supposed to do. And you still don't see the results. But here's what I need you to understand. The results aren't coming when you're ready. They're coming because you're ready. Right now. In this moment. You've already crossed the threshold. You just don't know it yet because the click hasn't happened. But it's coming. And when it does, when everything suddenly makes sense and falls into place and you can finally see why it had to take this long, you'll understand. You'll see that every day you spend in the dark was necessary. That every moment you questioned was actually deepening your capacity. That every time you wanted to quit but didn't, you were building the foundation for what's about to happen. And what's about to happen is going to rewrite everything, your story, your understanding of yourself, your entire trajectory. It's all about the shift. And the shift is so close that if you can see what I can see, you'd be laughing at how close you are. You can't see it yet. So you have to trust. One more day, one more step, one more moment of showing up, even though you can't see the point. The point is right in front of you, just on the other side of the horizon. Here's what happens right before it all clicks. Everything gets quiet, not peaceful, quiet, eerie, quiet, like the world is holding its breath. You stop seeing signs, you stop feeling excited, you stop even knowing what you're working toward anymore. Because you've been at it so long that the goal has become abstract. And that's when most people quit. Right here. In this final hour. Because they interpret the quiet as absent. They think if nothing's happening, it must mean nothing's going to happen. So they walk away. They give up. They decide they were wrong to be in the first place. And they miss it by days. Sometimes hours. The click was right there. Boom. About to happen. But they couldn't see it. So they assumed it wasn't real. Don't be that person. Don't walk away in the final hour. Don't let the quiet convince you that nothing is coming. Because the quiet isn't absence. It's anticipation. It's the pause before the symptom's final note. It's the inhale before the shout. The last second of night before the first light breaks. And if you stay, you just hold on through this quiet, you'll see that everything you believed was real. That everything you hoped for was coming. That you weren't crazy or naive or foolish. You were just early. And being early feels exactly like being wrong until the moment it clicks. And then you realize you were right all along. Now let me give you something practical, because I know you need more than encouragement. You need something you can do. So here it is. Stop trying to see the whole picture. Stop trying to understand how it's all going to work out. Stop waiting for clarity before you move. because you're in the final hour. And in the final hour, you can't see anything. You just have to trust that the sun is rising even though you can't see it yet. And you trust it by moving. By taking the next step, even when you don't see where it leads. By showing up today, even though yesterday looked the same. By choosing to believe one more time, even though you've chosen to believe 1,000 times and haven't seen the result. That's how you honor the final hour. Not by understanding it, by surviving, by refusing to give up in the darkest part. Because the darkest part is always right before the light. Always. And you're in it right now. Which means the light is so close you can reach out and touch it if you just keep moving toward it. And here's the sign you've been asking for. The confirmation that you're on the right path. It's not external. It's not someone validating you. It's not a breakthrough falling into your lap. The sign is this video. The fact that you found it. The fact that these words are landing. The fact that something inside you is resonating with what I'm saying even though you can't prove any of it. That resonance, that's not hope. That's knowing. Deep cellular knowing that you're almost there. That the click is forming. That the final hour is almost over. And when you know something that deeply, even when you can't see evidence of it, it's not delusion. That's faith. And faith is what carries you through the final hour. Not because you're certain, but because you're committed. Committed to seeing this through. Committed to showing up one more day. Committed to believing even when belief feels ridiculous. That commitment is what separates people who make it from people who almost made it. And you're going to make it. Not because you're special, but because you're still here. Still fighting. Still showing up. And that's all it takes. Just one more day. One more step. One more moment of refusing to quit. And then it clicks. And everything changes. So if this is landing, if you're feeling that deep resonance, if something inside you is saying, yes, this is real, I want you to do something. Go to the comments and type 4 words. It's about to click. That's it. No explanation. Just those 4 words. Because when you declare it publicly, when you name what's coming instead of what is, something shifts. You stop being someone who's waiting and become someone who's preparing. And that shift in identity, that internal declaration of readiness, that's the final piece. That's what triggers the click. And if you know someone in their final hour, someone who's questioning everything, someone who's about to give up right before their breakthrough, share this with them. Ask them to write it too. It's about to click. Because sometimes we need someone else to see what we can't see. To remind us that the sun is rising even when we're still in the dark. Subscribe if you want to stay connected to this work. And if supporting through Super Thanks feels right, it directly fuels more content like this. But real talk, the fact that you're here, watching, listening, I don't take that for granted. Thank you. The truth is, you're not, as far as you think, you're not behind. You're not running out of time. You're in the final hour, the last stretch before everything you've been building toward finally materializes. And I know it doesn't feel that way. I know it feels like you've been here forever and nothing's changing. But that's how the final hour always feels, like nothing's happening. Like you're stuck. Like maybe you were wrong to believe. But you weren't wrong. You were just early. And being early looks exactly like being lost until the moment the sun rises and you realize you were exactly where you needed to be all along. You're just on the wrong side of the horizon to see what was coming. But it's coming. Right now. As you listen to these words, as you sit in this moment, as you wonder if anything I'm saying is true, it's coming. The click is forming. Breakthrough is building. Transformation is happening. You just can't see it yet because you're in the final hour. But the final hour doesn't last forever. It's called the final hour for a reason because it ends. And when it ends, everything begins. So hold on. Just a little longer. Not because I'm asking you to, but because you've come too far to quit now. You've survived too much to walk away in the final stretch. You believed too long to stop believing right before it all clicked. And it's about to click, I can see it. Even if you can't. It's right there. Just beyond the horizon. And when the sun finally breaks, when the light finally comes, when everything finally makes sense, you'll look back at this moment and realize this was it. This was the final hour, and you survived it. And everything that comes after will be worth everything you went through to get here.
Try to remember, you will lose. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. Put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or drip or crash. Be water, my friend. Try to remember, you will lose. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. Put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or drip or crash. Be water, my friend. Try to remember, you will lose. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. Put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or drip or crash. Be water, my friend. Try to remember, you will lose. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. Put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or drip or crash. Be water, my friend. Try to be.
What would you do if there was a habit so good that it made your life feel like it was the world again? What if you could capture that feeling of awe and wonder? Like when you finally go a breath of wild, the horizon stretches out endlessly before you, feeling forests, deserts, and mountains you've never seen before. It's that feeling that every corner hides something beauty, every step forward leads to something exciting. Well, I've got good news for you, because I ride all the time. I don't have just one habit. Instead, I actually have a framework that consists of not one, not two, not even three, but 4 habits which you can use today to literally make every day of your life feel like an open world day. I've even got a 5th bonus habit, which is the little cherry on top that ties it all together. I know these habits work because I've lived it myself. I used to feel like I was living the same day over and over again, but these habits help change them. However, before I talk about these habits, there's one thing you need to understand. What actually makes an open world game an open world game? Well, the core experience of any open world game is like most games. It's simply lots of small adventures thrown in together in an almost seamless way. Like, think back to the last time you played an open world game. The experience of traversing the landscape was just several of them strung together. So really, open world games have 2 defining traits: freedom and adventure. If you're watching this, I'm going to assume that you already have freedom to an extent, which means you're already halfway there. The other half is the adventure. But what actually is an adventure? Well, at the heart of every adventure, whether it's a game, a TV show, or a book, there's one thing in common. See, all adventures across time and space follow the exact same formula, and that formula is called the hero's journey. Now, I'm going to unpack what the hero's journey is using Breath of the Wild as an example, and as I go along, I'll connect it to the habits that actually work for me. Part 1. Call to adventure. In Breath of the Wild, Link's journey begins when he wakes up from the 100 years of sleep. After concluding the 4 shrines, he learns from the old man, Hyrule's last king, about the events that led to Guardian Ganon's rise. Of course, this is the call to adventure that sets Link on his journey. The call to adventure is the initial push that forces the hero to embark on the adventure. This means that to make everyday an adventure, it has to start with this, a call to adventure. Now, by choosing to do something like hiking, you can create this call to adventure yourself, but that's not really applicable to everyday life. To make sure every day feels like an adventure, you have to actively keep your eyes open. You have to search for these entry points into adventure. That's exactly what the first habit is, seeking adventure every day. You can literally stumble into these adventures anywhere. For me, I remember one of my adventures started when I was sitting in a library and I saw this girl having trouble with a printer. At that moment, I realized that this was an opportunity for a little adventure. Seeing how struggling was my call to adventure. Of course, encountering the adventure is only the first step. What comes next is when the adventure really starts. Part 2, the adventure begins. This is when the hero steps out into the world. It's when the hero accepts the adventure. For Link, because of the kind of guy he is, he didn't even hesitate. He literally takes him into his adventure. From here, it's where the main body of the adventure follows. The hero quickly learns the basics of the world, meets new allies, new enemies, and engages in some fun. What's interesting is the hero doesn't necessarily know what's going to happen or where the adventure will lead, and yet they decide to embark on the adventure anyhow. The initial choice to actually starting the adventure is what stops so many people from actually getting on. I could have just sat there and watched the man struggle. In fact, I almost did. I'm not gonna lie, back then, I got pretty nervous at the idea of talking to a stranger, but despite that, I still chose to talk to her, even though I didn't actually know how she would react. There's a chance she might have been in a bad mood and don't know her. Or she could have just been embarrassed by the whole situation, which would have made the conversation very awkward. That's why if you're scared to speak up or approach someone, just think of it like a challenge again. Like seriously, no joke. Pretend you're activating an event or talking to an NPC. I know that sounds crazy, but literally, just turn your feet to the person you want to talk to. Then imagine they have an exclamation point or a symbol floating above their head. After that, don't even think of it. Draw an imaginary line between you and them and just walk over. The walking part is really important, not only to obviously reach the person, but also because it's hard to think and walk at the same time. Especially so when you're in a situation where you're nervous. Once you get within a couple of meters, they'll look up and then it's too late to back down. For bonus points, you can even try to combine them with a countdown. Count down from 5, and the moment you hit 1, launch into action without even thinking about it. It's a cool way to trick your brain into taking action. And that's exactly what I did when I talked to the girl. As I approached her, my heart was actually racing. After all, what if I messed up? What if I said something stupid? At that moment, it felt like everything was on the line. It felt like a life or death situation. But I pushed those thoughts aside and just walked over. After all, in reality, I was just some guy in a library about to talk to a random thing. The stakes are never nearly as high as you think. But of course, saying yes to the adventure isn't the end. It's only the beginning. After all, every hero eventually reaches the moment when everything's moving backwards. Part 3, the climax. This is where the hero takes on the final test. They've been through the highs and lows to reach this point. It's where an epic showdown between the hero and the villain begins. Obviously, for Link, this is his fight with Guardian Ganon, in which he, spoiler, defeats him and frees the one of the pirate. Of course, when I walked up to the girl, I didn't throw hands. Instead, I helped her with the printer. As I approached, I nervously reached out my hand and gave a small hand, asking her if she needed help. For a moment, she kind of just stared at me, fumbling with her computer. Then her troubled expression was replaced as her eyes widened and a small smile spread across her face. She looked genuinely relieved and grateful for my help. But I didn't just help her. I also challenged myself. See, once I was talking to her, I realized that she was in the same class as me, but we just hadn't talked before. So I could have just said like 2 words that fixed her problem and left. But instead, I actually tried having a conversation. I challenged myself to talk to basically a stranger, which at the time was pretty hard. See, challenge makes something more of an adventure, because challenges test your skills. It creates this unknown factor. You don't actually know if you'll succeed or not, and that uncertainty is what makes adventures so thrilling. So, to actually make your adventure enjoyable, you have to challenge yourself. This can be as simple as talking to a stranger like I did, or it can be learning a new skill or doing something physically challenging. But here's the thing. The climax isn't actually the most critical part of the story. What comes after is actually even more important. Part 4, growth. After saving the world, it changes. Not just the world around the hero, but the hero themselves. After enduring all those adventures and hardships, they become a stronger person. After the final showdown with Clan Ganon, Link returns to his position as knight by Zelda's side. Except now he's stronger than ever before and ready for whatever adventures that he to next. To me, that growth was not only because of her social skills, but a new friend too. As I helped her with the weird printing settings on her computer, I actually got to know her. She talked about the document she was printing out, a story for our literature class like Juba, the story of hers, and the situation as a whole made me realize I'd sort of put her in a box. I had assumed she was your typical popular girl. You know, face full of makeup and a whole shebang. But I realized she was really just like my other friends at school. In literally 5 months, I made a new friend, improved my social skills, and hopefully the privilege. It was literally a win-win scenario. Honestly, I think that's the best outcome of the past. That being said, even if I totally flopped the social encounter, it still would have been worthwhile. Not every adventure needs to have a happy ever after. Maybe you do get lost, maybe you stuck up the social encounter, maybe you made yourself look like a fool. And that's okay, because you'll learn from that experience for the next adventure. Of course, if you're going to have a real adventure every day, then you want to remember it. That's why it's a great idea to use a notebook or a note page on your phone, where you jot down your adventures. Over time, you'll build up this little catalog of fun adventures you've gone. Now, I know my example adventure was a social interaction, but I want to make it clear. Not every adventure is a social interaction. By adopting this hero's journey framework, I've gone on a bunch of different adventures, from exploring a creek to making friends with a guy purchasing the same game as me, to somehow joining a playing competition to win Red Bulls, and even doing a front flip over a beer. I truly believe every day is a little adventure in the story. It's simple, you just have to look in the right places. And don't overthink it. Not every adventure needs to be a grand quest. It really can be as simple as helping someone out around you. After all, isn't that the main goal in almost every video game quest you know? Actually, that's a lesson I'm very proud of. As someone who used to spend all of my free time on top of my lecture, it's no surprise that I never found any adventures or anything interesting in life. After all, if you expect the day to be boring, then of course it will be boring, because you often only see what you're looking for. Nowadays, I genuinely feel like I'm a hero on a quest. Like I'm actually the main character, running around doing these little quests and adventures to better myself and helping people around me. After just a week of recording my adventures, I noticed each day felt more meaningful, simply by remembering the little things I've done. But of course, constantly seeking new adventures every day is fun. Not only at first with you, but also as you go on more adventures. So how do you always find a new adventure? Well, that's where the bonus habit comes in. Part 5, bonus. See, while the hero's journey is great, it's a journey. It doesn't fully consider that the hero will embark on a new adventure, which is exactly why I've added this bonus habit. Now, if you remember, at the beginning of the video, I talked about how each adventure naturally grows from one to the next. Well, that's exactly what you should do with your adventures. Just because I helped you go on the prince once doesn't mean the adventure is over. Who knows? Maybe next time I'll bump into her at a sport event and end of year celebration or club. Each adventure isn't just one standalone adventure, but the beginning of a campaign. This mindset is action building because it significantly reduces the need to actually find new adventures. Continuing an adventure can be as simple as exploring the pathway, learning more on the subject you discovered, or meeting up with a new friend. Now, please, don't use this as an excuse to do anything illegal. Don't trespass onto anyone's property. Please, adventure within the law and stay safe. Don't do anything stupid, like, I don't know, doing a front flip over a bit in the middle of a wrestling competition with your friends. Who would do that, am I right? That'd be like the stupidest thing ever. So, in summary, the actionable step is this. Number 1, look for an adventure. Like, actively look and try to be genuinely curious. Even if it seems like it's something small or insignificant, go for it. Number 2, draw the invisible line and count down from 5 if you need to. Then, just do it. Number 3, challenge yourself in the adventure to make it really exciting. The bigger the challenge, the greater the growth. Number 4, appreciate and remember the benefits of the adventure in the journey. Remember, each adventure is just an adventure, but the first chapter in a long-running series. If you're interested in improving your life, I've got a free Discord full of people doing exactly that. I even host weekly calls where members ask for help and I share myself with advice. If that sounds like something you enjoy, then click the link in the description. Keep your switch out. Bye-bye.
When God slows you down, it's never punishment, it's preparation. There's a truth most men never understand until life breaks them open. God does not work on your schedule. He does not rush because you feel behind. He does not panic because you feel lost. He does not move just because you want things faster. God moves when the moment is right, when the lesson is learned, when the foundation is ready, and when you have become the man capable of carrying the weight of what you prayed for. But the reason most men never step into their calling is because they try to outrun God's timing. They push, they force, they complain, they compare, and they forget that everything in creation, from seasons to storms to kings, moves according to divine timing, not personal desire. Listen, if God gave you everything you asked for the moment you asked for it, it would destroy you. Not because the blessing is bad, but because you're not always prepared for what you want. You want success, but success requires discipline, humility, and responsibility. You want love, but love requires patience, self-control, and character. You want abundance, but abundance requires stewardship, gratitude, and maturity. You want influence, but influence requires integrity, wisdom, and emotional strength. God does not deny you. He develops you. And development takes time. His time, not yours. But here's the part people don't like to hear. God's timing almost always feels like a delay, but in reality, it's protection. You think you're being held back? You're being held in place. You think doors are closing? He's redirecting you. You think people are leaving? He's removing the ones who would compromise your calling. You think life is falling apart? He's breaking what's weak so he can rebuild what's strong. Every setback, every pause, every quiet season has a purpose. But men struggle with this because we're wired to fight, to move, to chase. We hate slow seasons. We hate waiting. We hate uncertainty. But the truth is this, your greatest transformations will always come in the silence, in the retreat, in the hidden years, in the moments when you feel forgotten. Because God doesn't elevate men in the spotlight, he builds them in the shadows. Think about David, a shepherd boy alone in a field for years. While everyone else saw a kid, God saw a king, but even kings need time to mature. Think about Joseph. betrayed, imprisoned, forgotten. Not because God abandoned him, but because God was aligning him with a future position he couldn't yet see. Think about Moses. 40 years in the desert before he ever met a single person. Think about Jesus himself. 30 years of quiet preparation for 3 years of divine purpose. God is not slow. He is strategic. And the men he plans to use, he prepares deeply. If you're in a slow season, understand this. God is not delaying your life. He's refining your character. He's shaping your discipline, your mindset, your patience, your strength. He's teaching you how to manage pressure before you're placed in positions of responsibility. He's training you to walk by faith, not by sight. Because the truth is, you cannot walk into God's plan with a rushed spirit. You cannot receive God's blessing with an impatient heart. You cannot carry God's purpose with an undisciplined life. Every prayer you pray sets a process in motion, and that process requires timing. Think about how nature works. A seed doesn't grow because you want it to. It grows when the soil is right. It grows when the season is right. It grows when the roots have taken hold. It grows when the environment can support the fruit. Blessings work the same way. You cannot force a harvest. You cannot speed up a sunrise. You cannot demand the rain. You cannot rush God. But you can prepare. And this is where most men fail. They wait passively instead of preparing actively. They complain instead of building. They compare instead of growing. They give up instead of trusting. But the man who understands God's timing becomes unstoppable because he knows this world cannot take what God has promised, cannot delay what God has ordained, and cannot block what God has opened. If you're watching this, hear me clearly. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You're in a divine season of preparation, a season God himself handpicked for you. The relationships that fell apart, necessary. The opportunities that slipped away, protection. The people who walked out, alignment. The failures you hate, training. The delays, development. You don't see it yet, but all of it is forming the man you're meant to become. And one day, not today, not tomorrow, but at the exact moment God has written, everything will align. The work will make sense. The pain will feel purposeful. The lessons will reveal their meaning. The timing will be perfect. Because God's timing always is, not early, not late, exactly right. And when that moment arrives, everything that once felt slow will suddenly feel fast. Everything that once felt heavy will feel aligned. Everything that once felt confusing will feel divinely orchestrated. That's how God moves. He builds you slowly, then blesses you suddenly. He tests you deeply, then elevates you instantly. He strengthens your foundation, then multiplies your impact. But only when you're ready, and only when the time is right. So if you feel impatient, breathe. If you feel lost, be still. If you feel behind, trust deeper. God is not finished with you. He's forming you. And the man you're becoming is far greater than the man you're praying to be. Because God's timing is perfect, and so is his plan for you. Delay is not denial. Delay is divine training. There comes a point in every man's life when he must confront a painful truth. God will not move at your pace. He will move at the pace required to transform you. And transformation always requires pressure. You want strength? Pressure builds it. You want wisdom? Time teaches it. You want faith? Dark seasons forge it. But here's the part most men never understand. God's timing is not just about preparing the blessing. It's about preparing you for the blessing. Because what good is elevation if you're not strong enough to stand on it? What good is success if you don't have the character to maintain it? What good is influence if your ego collapses the moment people look at you? This is why God often isolates the men he intends to elevate. He pulls them away from distractions, from comfort, from noise. He strips away their illusions. He confronts their weakness. He exposes their pride. He shakes them out of their old ways. And that process feels like punishment until you rise. Because God knows what you need before you know what you lack. He sees the cracks in your foundation long before you see the danger in them. And in his timing, he fixes what you would have ignored. This is why he slows you down. This is why he blocks certain paths. This is why he says, not yet, when you desperately want right now. But let's go even deeper. There's a reason the Bible rarely describes the everyday years of great men, because those quiet years were their training ground. David didn't learn courage in front of Goliath. He learned it in the fields, wrestling lions and bears while no one was watching. Joseph didn't learn leadership in Pharaoh's palace. He learned it in the pit and the prison in seasons where he felt forgotten. Moses didn't learn obedience in front of the Red Sea. He learned it in 40 years of obscurity, tending sheep in the wilderness. Even Jesus lived 30 years of silence before 3 years of ministry shook the world. The silent years matter. The years that feel stagnant, empty, slow. These are the years God uses to shape your destiny. If you feel forgotten right now, understand, God is not ignoring you. He is investing in you. Hidden seasons are holy seasons, because while you're waiting, God is working. Think about the thing you want most: success, love, money, recognition, purpose, opportunity. Now be honest with yourself. Do you have the habits to sustain it? Do you have the emotional strength to carry it? Do you have the discipline to protect it? Do you have the humility to handle it? Do you have the wisdom to grow it? Every blessing has weight. Not everyone is strong enough to hold what they pray for. Ask for a business, you'll need endurance. Ask for influence, you'll need humility. Ask for love, you'll need patience. Ask for purpose, you'll need faith. Ask for success, you'll need discipline. And God will not hand you anything that could destroy you. He's not late. He's shielding you from premature blessings. He's preparing you for sustainable greatness. A rushed blessing becomes a burden. A premature opportunity becomes a trap. A forced path becomes a disaster. But a blessing given in God's timing, it becomes a legacy. When God is preparing you for something greater, he will begin removing people who cannot go with you, and it will hurt. You'll lose friendships you thought would last forever. You'll lose relationships you prayed would be your future. You'll lose environments that used to feel comfortable. But understand this, elevation requires separation. Some people drain your faith. Some people block your growth. Some people distract your spirit. Some people limit your potential. Some people carry energy that is not meant for your next chapter. God doesn't remove people to punish you. He removes them to protect what he's building in you. The path you're walking now, not everyone can walk with you. Not everyone can handle the weight of your purpose. Not everyone has the discipline to match your calling. If God has isolated you, appreciate it. If God has removed people, trust it. If God has closed doors, respect it. Because when God subtracts, it's always preparation for multiplication. The ego is addicted to speed. It wants results now, validation now, recognition now, progress now. But the Spirit is patient. The Spirit understands slow growth is stable growth. It understands that rushing weakens the foundation. It understands the value of waiting. Impatience is the language of the ego. Readiness is the language of the spirit. Most men sabotage their own destiny not because they're unworthy, but because they move too fast. They force relationships. They chase opportunities not meant for them. They make decisions from fear instead of faith. They compare their timeline to others and lose sight of their own journey. But the man who trusts God's timing is unshakable. He doesn't panic when progress slows. He doesn't collapse when doors close. He doesn't envy other people's paths. He doesn't fear delays. He knows everything will unfold exactly when it's supposed to. Here's a truth you must face with honesty. God's timing often isn't about the blessing. It's about your readiness. The blessing is often prepared long before you are. You're asking for a kingdom, but God is still building the king. You're asking for abundance, but God is still teaching stewardship. You're asking for leadership, but God is still shaping your humility. You're asking for purpose, but God is still strengthening your faith. The question is not, why is God taking so long? The real question is, am I becoming the man who can carry what I'm asking for? When the answer becomes yes, the timing becomes now. Everything you think you're missing is already in motion. The opportunity, it's being aligned. The relationship, it's being prepared. The breakthrough, it's being timed. The right environment, it's being arranged. The future you're praying for, it's already written. God is not waiting on time. And when he decides it's time, no opposition can block you. No person can stop you. No mistake can disqualify you. No delay can hinder you. When God moves, everything moves. When God opens, everything aligns. When God elevates, everything shifts. All you have to do is endure the process and trust the timing. Patience is not passive. It is spiritual strength under control. There comes a moment when a man realizes something life-changing. Waiting on God is not waiting for nothing. It is waiting while becoming. Most people think waiting is inactivity, but divine waiting is preparation. It is refinement. It is spiritual weight training. It is character construction. Because God doesn't build weak men. He builds steady men, disciplined men, committed men, humble men. Men who can be trusted with his plans. And those men are shaped through time, not shortcuts, not hacks, not instant gratification, not quick success. Time is the sculptor God uses to carve strength into your spirit. Let's dive deeper. When you pray for something, God hears you instantly, but he responds with timing, not with speed. Why? Because the space between prayer and manifestation is where your identity matures. This is the place where your character grows roots. This is the place where you learn resilience. This is the place where your faith stretches. This is the place where you learn obedience, even when nothing is happening. This is the place where your emotions stop ruling you. This is the place where your spirit becomes stronger than your circumstances. People want answers. God wants transformation. People want a quick path. God wants an unshakable foundation. People want comfort. God wants maturity. If he gave you everything immediately, your character would remain shallow. Your discipline would stay weak. Your faith would stay fragile. So he gives you time, and time gives you depth. Not what you say you trust, but what your heart truly relies on. Because when God takes his time, every man reaches a fork in the road. Will you force your own way or trust his way? Most people force. They choose a relationship God didn't send. They enter opportunities God didn't authorize. They chase approval God never required. They build on foundations God never laid. And then they wonder why everything collapses. Discipline isn't just about your habits. It's about your restraint, your patience, your ability to hold back when your flesh wants to sprint ahead. God uses delay to teach you how to wait without quitting, how to endure without complaining, how to keep working without seeing results, how to keep praying without immediate answers, how to stay loyal when the journey feels stagnant, how to stay disciplined when motivation dries up. Delay tests your spiritual backbone. If you collapse in delay, you were never ready for destiny. Let's be brutally honest, some of the things you call delays are really corrections. Some of the suffering you experience is really alignment. Some of the heartbreak you went through was really protection. God isn't hurting you, He is reshaping you. Every disappointment, every setback, every closed door, none of these are punishments. They are spiritual chisels, removing arrogance, removing immaturity, removing impulsiveness, removing illusions, removing pride. Pain is uncomfortable, but pain is purposeful. If you look at any great man, spiritual, historical, or modern, they all share one truth. Their greatness was born in seasons of pressure, not comfort, not ease, not abundance, not applause, pressure, because pressure reveals what comfort hides. Pressure reveals your weakness, so God can strengthen it. Pressure reveals your fears, so God can confront them. Pressure reveals your attachments, so God can break them. Pressure reveals your lack of discipline, so God can forge it. Pain is a tool. God uses it with precision. One piece replaces anxiety. You stop forcing. You stop chasing. You stop begging. You stop gripping life so tightly. You become grounded, calm, centered. Not because the situation changed, but because you did. 2. Clarity cuts through confusion. The fog lifts. Suddenly, what once felt uncertain now makes sense. What once felt chaotic now becomes ordered. What once felt delayed now looks structured. 3. You feel strengthened, not drained. The right thing in the wrong season weakens you. 4 doors open without harmful compromise. If you have to lose your integrity, abandon your values, or break your character to achieve something, it's not from God. But when it's His timing, things align with supernatural ease. Not without effort, but without corruption. 5. You become the man the blessing requires. This is the real marker. You don't just receive the blessing. You can maintain it. You can handle it. You can carry it. Your inner life grows into your outer calling. Your plan is based on what you want. God's timing is based on who you're meant to become. Your plan is driven by desire. God's timing is driven by destiny. Your plan seeks comfort. God's timing seeks capacity. This journey isn't about making life easier. It's about making you stronger. This journey isn't about achieving faster. It's about becoming wiser. This journey isn't about getting what you want. It's about receiving what you're prepared to sustain. And here's the truth many men refuse to face. God will delay your blessing until you become the man who can protect it. If you're stagnating, you're really developing. If you're waiting, you're really growing. If you're struggling, you're really strengthening. If you're questioning, you're really refining. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is accidental. Nothing is random. Every day is a brick in the structure of the man God is building inside you. This is where most men quit. They want God to speak constantly. They want signs, confirmations, visions, feelings. They want reassurance every step of the way. But mature faith doesn't need constant reassurance. Mature faith walks with God even in silence. The silence is part of the training. The lack of signs is part of the strengthening. The stillness is part of the process. The question becomes, can you keep praying even when nothing changes? Can you keep working even when no one sees you? Can you stay committed even when life feels slow? Can you stay disciplined when motivation is gone? Can you trust God when his voice is silent? Because a man who can walk with God in silence can stand with God in storms. This is how God moves, slow, slow, slow. Joseph went from prisoner to prime minister in one day. David went from shepherd to champion in one moment. Moses went from exile to leader through one encounter. God prepares slowly, but he elevates suddenly. Your breakthrough will not be gradual. It will be immediate once the preparation is complete. So don't lose faith in the waiting. Don't walk away in the silence. Don't break down in the delay. You are closer than you think. God is not slow. He is strategic. God's delays are never denial. They are divine redirections. There are seasons in your life where everything feels slow, painfully slow. Your progress pauses. Your plans stall. Your relationships shift. Your motivation fluctuates. Your path becomes unclear. You pray, but the heavens feel quiet. You work, but the results seem minimal. You wait, but nothing seems to move forward. And in those moments, men make one mistake. They think God is ignoring them. But God is not ignoring you. He is insulating you, shielding you, hiding you while he works behind the curtain. Because not every slowdown is punishment. Some slowdowns are protection. Some slowdowns are redirection. Some slowdowns are divine course correction. Some slowdowns are God intervening so you don't ruin the future he's preparing. Speed is seductive. The world worships it quick money, fast growth, instant results. But speed without alignment is destruction. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." He wasn't talking about obstacles. He was talking about timing, that resistance can be guidance and delay can be protection. A man determined to rush becomes a slave to impulse. He forces opportunities that aren't ready. He attaches to people who aren't stable. He commits to paths that aren't aligned with his spiritual assignment. Fast decisions create long-term consequences. Many men don't ruin their lives because they are weak. They ruin their lives because they are impatient. God slows you because he knows what's ahead. You don't. He sees the heartbreak, the deceit, the temptation, the destruction. You only see what your flesh desires. So he slows you down, not to frustrate you, to save you. Think of this truth. If every door opened, if every relationship lasted, if every opportunity succeeded, if every idea worked, you would never grow, never reflect, never change. Closed doors are the compass of God. A man once asked Seneca, "How do I know which path is mine?" And Seneca replied, "Where the obstacle stands firm, there your strength must grow." God doesn't close doors without purpose. He closes the wrong ones to push you toward the right ones. He closes comfortable ones to move you toward stronger ones. He closes tempting ones to protect your soul. And when a door shuts, you must master this discipline. Do not chase what God is removing. Some relationships collapse because God saw conversations you didn't. Some opportunities fail because God saw betrayals you couldn't. Some seasons end because God saw corruption you were blind to. Instead of mourning closed doors, learn to honor them. They saved you from futures you weren't built to carry. Let's be brutally honest. Your ego hates waiting. Your ego hates surrender. Your ego hates uncertainty. Your ego loves control. Your ego loves speed. Your ego loves getting what it wants immediately. But the man you are right now is not the man God is trying to build. So he confronts your ego through delay. He breaks your need for constant validation. He breaks your addiction to instant results. He breaks your dependence on external approval. He breaks your habit of chasing noise instead of truth. Every divine delay crushes a part of your ego and replaces it with humility, strength, and patience. Because prideful men rush, wise men wait, and God-built men discern. One of the biggest misconceptions in spirituality is believing that God only speaks through signs, miracles, and dramatic moments. But some of his clearest messages come in silence. When everything quiets down, when progress pauses, when the world stops pulling at you, when the distractions fade, in silence, God isn't absent. He's recalibrating you. This is why many great minds throughout history valued stillness. Lao Tzu taught that quietness is mastery over oneself. Stillness is formation. When God makes your life quiet, it's because he wants you to hear him clearly. He removes noise so you can recognize his voice. He removes people so you can build character. He removes distractions so you can define purpose. He removes idols so you can focus on him. Silence is not abandonment. It is alignment. Spiritual intelligence is the ability to interpret what God is doing even when life doesn't make sense. It's understanding that delays are lessons. Pause is protection. Discomfort is preparation. Uncertainty is spiritual training. Slow progress is still progress. Unanswered prayers are redirection. Closed doors are elevation in disguise. Few people possess spiritual intelligence. They react emotionally, not spiritually. They panic instead of reflect. They doubt instead of trust. They complain instead of obey. But a spiritually intelligent man knows, if God slows me down, there's a reason. If God removes something, it wasn't mine. If God closes a door, it's for my safety. If God is silent, he's building me. This mindset makes you unshakable because your stability is no longer tied to speed. It's tied to purpose, to faith, to divine order. Look at the great figures of history, not motivational speakers, but giants of humanity. Nelson Mandela grew into a leader during 27 years of confinement. Miyamoto Musashi developed unmatched mastery during years of isolation. Leonardo da Vinci spent decades in obscurity refining skills no one saw yet. Moses spent 40 years in the desert before leading a nation. Jesus spent 30 years in silence before 3 years of impact. Each one experienced delay, obscurity, quietness, hidden years, not because they were forgotten, because they were being prepared. Men with destiny are never rushed. They are refined, and when God decides you are ready, your influence multiplies, your path opens, your opportunities align, your purpose ignites. Suddenly, always suddenly. Think about an arrow. Before it's released, it must be pulled backwards. The greater the pullback, the farther it travels. God is pulling you back not to punish you, but to launch you. You are hidden so you can become whole. You are slowed so you can become steady. You are delayed so you can become disciplined. You are humbled so you can become wise. You are refined so you can become unshakable. God's timing is not measured by your clock. It's measured by your capacity. You may not be where you want to be, but you are exactly where God needs you to be. Trust that, because the moment your preparation aligns with His purpose, your life will shift with the force of destiny itself. There comes a point in every man's journey where silence becomes the loudest message from God. You pray, you wait, you move with faith, yet nothing seems to shift. And this is where most men break. Not because they are weak, but because God's timing is different from their expectation. What you call delay, God often calls preparation. What you call silence, God calls alignment. What you call nothing happening, God calls roots growing deep enough to carry the blessing. A tree that will stand for 50 years takes time. A man who will walk with God takes even longer, because God is not building your moment. He's building your capacity, your character, your discipline, your faith, your ability to stand without shaking. You want a breakthrough. God wants you to become the man who can sustain one. You want speed. God wants roots. You want a miracle. God wants maturity. This is what why the timing feels slow. Because the blessing he has for you is heavy, and he refuses to give it to a man who is not yet strong enough to carry it. When God is silent, he is not absent. He is shaping you in the unseen. God's timing is never late. Your perspective is just early. Not to punish you, but to protect you. You ask for influence. He gives you obscurity. You ask for opportunity. He gives you closed doors. You ask for strength. He gives you battles that expose your weakness. You think you're being held back, but really, you're being refined. God hides men before he reveals them. Moses, David, Joseph, even Jesus. Your nothing is happening season is actually the most important season of your life. It's the season where God removes every false foundation. Your ego, your impatience, your desire for instant reward. He strips you down to a man who can be trusted with responsibility. He chisels you into a man who will not collapse under pressure. He prepares you for a stage you haven't even imagined yet. This is why the timing feels confusing, because you are being built for a destiny that is bigger than your current understanding. God has you exactly where you need to be for who you are becoming. God delays nothing. He only perfects. The waiting season is not passive. It's God strengthening the muscle you don't see. One day, without warning, everything will align. The right people, the right opportunities, the right wisdom you didn't have years ago. It won't be luck. It'll be timing God's timing. Because he knows the exact moment a man is ready to rise. You won't have to force doors open. They will open because you finally become the man capable of walking through them. This is why God takes his time to make you unstoppable when your moment arrives. And it will arrive. Not when you expect it, but exactly when your character has caught up to your calling. God is never late. He is never unsure. He is never unprepared. Only men are. And that's why he takes his time to make sure you are not just waiting for a blessing, but becoming the man who can hold it, grow it, and honor him with it. Your timing creates pressure. God's timing creates purpose. Hold that truth. Walk with that confidence. Stand firm in that faith. Because the man who trusts God's timing cannot be broken by earthly delays. Most men can believe in God, but very few can wait on God. Waiting feels like weakness. Silence feels like rejection. Delay feels like failure. But in God's kingdom, waiting is not passive. Waiting is training. Waiting is the fire where God forges patience, discipline, emotional resilience, spiritual clarity, and internal strength. Because anyone can act in the moment of excitement. Only a transformed man can remain faithful in the season of uncertainty. And that's where God separates the ordinary from the chosen. The man who quits demands answers. The man God uses trusts without them. The man who quits fights for control. The man God uses surrenders and remains steady. The man who quits needs constant progress to stay motivated. The man God uses stays disciplined even when nothing is happening. The man who quits follows his feelings. The man God uses follows God's instruction. This is the difference. This is the separation. This is how God tests a man. He doesn't test you with pain. Anyone can feel pain. He tests you with silence. Only a few can endure it. He doesn't test you with miracles. Anyone appreciates miracles. He tests you with waiting because only a mature man can wait.
little bit.
There is
Commissioner Gordon, Bane has escaped.
Look at yourself drowning in the shallow waters of mediocrity. Your mind fragmented into 1,000 pieces by the endless distractions of this corrupted world. Your thoughts scatter like leaves in the wind, dancing to the rhythm of chaos that surrounds you. The weakness of distraction has infected your mind, turning what could be an instrument of power into nothing more than a slave to interruption. The masses celebrate their fractured existence, pride themselves on handling countless tasks at once, deluding themselves into believing this scattered attention represents strength. What a magnificent lie. This supposed versatility stands as nothing more than a monument to weakness, a testament to the death of true focus and power. Deep work remains an ancient art in an age of weakness, while others pride themselves on dividing their attention like beggars sharing crumbs. True masters of their craft retreat into the depths of concentrated effort. The ability to immerse oneself completely in a single pursuit has become rare, making those who possess this skill unstoppable. Yet here you stand, afraid of solitude, terrified of confronting the silence that breeds greatness. Your potential lies dormant, buried beneath an avalanche of trivial pursuits. Each interruption steals another fragment of your strength. Each distraction tears away another piece of your legacy. The world has conditioned you to believe that constant activity equals power, that perpetual motion equals purpose. Such beautiful deception, turning potentially unconquerable minds into nothing more than stories of chaos. Purpose, that activity equals power, that perpetual motion equals purpose. Such beautiful deception, turning potentially unconquerable minds into nothing more than servants of chaos. The path to mastery demands isolation. Every great work throughout history emerged from periods of intense focus, not from the fractured attention of a mind weakened by constant interruption. Your mind holds untapped reservoirs of power and dominance, yet you choose to let them stagnate in the shallow waters of perpetual distraction. The depth of your work directly correlates to the depth of your isolation from the meaningless noise of existence. Consider the irony of your situation, possessing a mind capable of bending reality to its will, of forging empires for nothing, of commanding the very forces of creation, yet squandering this power on trivial matters that will turn to dust with time. The addiction to shallow work has created a generation of weaklings who mistake motion for conquest, activity for dominance,
discomfort you feel in solitude reveals the depth of your weakness. Like a warrior learning to wield a blade after years of wielding feathers, your mind must relearn the art of sustained combat with complexity. The pain of isolation proves the severity of your dependence on distraction. The weak celebrate accessibility while unconsciously destroying the very thing that separates the strong from the feeble. The ability to focus with the intensity of a predator stalking its prey. Your true power lies not in your availability to others, but in your capability to produce work that bends the world to your will. And here you remain, allowing your precious mental strength to be drained by the parasites of interruption. Success in deep work arrives through brutal elimination. Strip away every non-essential pursuit, every unnecessary interaction, every worthless activity demanding attention. Your environment must transform into a fortress of focus, protecting your mind from the relentless assault of mediocrity. The pain of isolation pales in comparison to the agony of unrealized power. In the depths of your consciousness lies a truth so profound it could shatter the very foundations of your existence. The raw, unfiltered reality that your entire being is the fiber of your essence. Every achievement, failure, every moment of brilliance and darkness stems from a single source, your focus. Like a lens concentrating sunlight into a beam powerful enough to ignite flames, your attention shapes the very fabric of your reality, molding your thoughts, carving your emotions, and forging your destiny with relentless precision. The weak minds around you flutter from thought to thought, their potential scattered like ashes in the wind, never understanding the very identity dissolves in the acid of divided attention. Your mind, this magnificent instrument of creation and destruction, becomes nothing more than what it consistently dwells upon, a reflection of the thoughts you allow to dominate your mental landscape. The ancient warriors understood this fundamental truth. Victory in battle belonged not to the strongest arm, but to the most focused mind. Through the crucible of concentrated effort, these masters of warfare forged their bodies and minds into weapons of unparalleled precision. Each movement, each strategy, each breath existed as a manifestation of their unwavering focus, their ability to channel every ounce of their being into a single, devastating purpose. The battlefield served as their temple of concentration. The distraction and death, the loss of focus, resulted in defeat. Your ancestors knew the price of scattered attention, which was measured in blood and failure. Yet here you stand, your mental energy fractured across 1,000 nemesis pursuits, powered and rooted in the poison of divided attention. The world celebrates this weakness, praising those who spread themselves thin like butter across stale bread, never achieving the depth required for true mastery. Your mind craves sweet poison distraction, addicted to the comfortable numbness of scattered attention. Like a blade that has never known the whetstone, your intellect grows dull, unable to cut through the complex challenges that separate the extraordinary from the mediocre. Each moment of divided focus chips away at your potential, creating hairline fractures in the foundation of your greatness. The masses remain blind to this self-imposed weakness, celebrating their ability to juggle multiple tasks while accomplishing nothing of genuine significance. Their achievements amount to nothing more than footprints in the sand, destined to be washed away by the tides of time. The true cost of this mental fragmentation extends beyond mere productivity. reflecting only fragments of true potential. In the arena of deep work, focus becomes your weapon, your shield, your crown. Those who master this art rise above the chaos, their minds becoming fortresses of concentration in the world, drowning in distraction. Every great achievement in human history emerged not from divided intention, but from periods of intense, unwavering focus. The paintings that capture souls, the symphonies that move hearts, the innovations that reshape civilizations, all born in the depths of concentrated effort. Your potential for greatness lies dormant, waiting for the moment you decide to channel your scattered energy into a laser beam of pure focused power. The masters of old understood this truth, spending years in isolation to perfect their crafts, emerging not as mere practitioners, but as living embodiments of their discipline. Their legacy endures not because of talent alone, but because of their unwavering commitment to the depths of focused mastery. The path to mastery demands more than mere time management. It requires the complete reconditioning of your mental landscape. Each moment of focused work strengthens the neural pathways of concentration, building mental muscles capable of sustaining prolonged periods of deep thought. The pain you feel when attempting to concentrate reveals the atrophy of your mental discipline, the weakness that has crept into your cognitive framework through years of scattered attention. Like a prisoner whose eyes burn at the first sight of sunlight, the mind recoils from the intensity of focused thought. This discomfort serves as a marker of your current limitations, a boundary that must be pushed further each day through deliberate practice and unwavering dedication. The transformation from a scattered mind to a focused one mirrors the metamorphosis of raw iron into tempered steel. It requires intense heat, relentless pressure, and precise control. In this realm of deep work, your identity undergoes a fundamental transformation. No longer can you hide behind the illusion of your humor, pretending that constant motion is progress. The forge of focused attention burns away these comfortable lies, leaving only the raw truth of your capabilities and commitment. Each session of deep work strips away another layer of mediocrity, revealing the potential that lies beneath the surface of scattered attention. This journey demands sacrifice, the abandonment of comfortable distractions, willingness to sit in the discomfort of concentrated effort, courage to face the vast empty spaces, uninterrupted thought. Like a warrior preparing for battle, you must train your mind to maintain focus under increasing pressure, to hold steady when lesser minds would falter and flee to the comfort of distraction. The weak seek refuge in the shallow waters of divided attention, afraid to dive deep into the ocean of focused work where true mastery dwells. Their fear of depth manifests as a thousand excuses, claims of multitasking efficiency, celebrations of constant connectivity, pride in their ability to juggle meaningless tasks. You must recognize these justifications for what they are: the whispers of weakness, the siren song of mediocrity calling you to join the masses in their comfortable irrelevance, borders and boundaries. The weak view them as chains, restrictions that limit their freedom. But I was born in darkness, molded by isolation, and I understand the true power of walls. Your workspace stands as either a fortress of focus or a prison of perpetual distraction. Every object surrounding you, every sound penetrating your sanctuary, every potential interruption lurks like a predator waiting to strike. The masses stumble through their days in environments designed for beacons. accepting whatever space life grants them, never understanding that true power begins with controlling the territory. A warrior entering battle selects their terrain with precision, yet you wage war against distraction in the battlefield chosen by your enemies. Survival demands more than mere adaptation to your environment. It requires domination. Time bends to the will of those who understand its architecture, who craft their hours with the precision of a master sculptor. The mediocre float through existence believing that any moment can become productive, that creativity strikes like lightning, random and uncontrolled. Such delusion serves only to justify their lack of discipline, their failure to build proper foundations for the Your ancestors understood the sacred nature of space and time. They built temples for contemplation, fortresses for focus, sanctuaries where the mind could reach its full potential. Look around your domain. What message does it send to your mind? Does it speak of power and purpose, or does it whisper of weakness and distraction? The objects surrounding you are not neutral participants in the illusion. You're either allies in your quest for mastery or enemies, undermining your every effort. Each item in your space carries weight, occupies mental territory, demands attention like a hungry child begging its craft. The weak fill their environments with comfortable distractions, surrounding themselves with objects that fragment their focus like shards of broken glass. Your workspace must become a weapon in your arsenal, every element carefully chosen to serve your purpose. The rituals of preparation matter more than ever. Before a gladiator steps into the arena, before a monk begins meditation, before a warrior enters battle, each follows precise protocols that signal to body and mind the nature of what's to come. These boundaries between preparation and performance, between the shallow world and deep work, must be carved in stone and defended with savage determination. The masses drift through their days without ceremony, without clear division between focused work and mindless activity. Their potential drowns in the murky waters of undefined space and time. The architecture of deep work extends beyond physical space into the realm of temporal design. Each hour must be fortified against invasion, each block of time transformed into an impenetrable fortress, where focus can flourish without fear of intrusion. We treat time as an infinite resource, squandering it on meaningless pursuits while claiming that they lack hours for meaningful work. You must become a warlord of time, conquering each minute with strategic precision, building empires of achievement within the boundaries you establish. Methods of protection vary among masters, but the principle remains constant. The mind requires shelter to reach its full potential. Some seek isolation in remote locations. Others build psychological barriers through ritual and routine, while the most disciplined can create fortresses of focus in the midst of chaos. But all understand the fundamental truth. Meaningful work demands boundaries as solid as stone, as impenetrable as steel. Your ability to establish and defend these boundaries determines not just your productivity, but your potential for greatness. The tools and technologies surrounding you stand ready to serve as either weapons or shackles. The weak become slaves to their instruments, allowing bells and whistles and notifications to fracture their attention like hammer blows shattering glass. But true masters bend these tools to their will, transforming potential distractions into servants of their focused purpose. Each Each item in your environment must earn its place through service to your mission. Those that cannot justify their presence become casualties in your war against distraction. Consider the monks of ancient times who built monasteries far from civilization, not to escape the world, but to create spaces where the mind can flourish without constraint. Warriors of the spirit understood that environment shapes consciousness and space molds thought like water shapes stone. Their legacy lives on in every space dedicated to deep work, every sanctuary built for focused effort. Yet modern minds have forgotten these lessons, accepting whatever environment chance provides, never realizing that their space shapes their destiny, generation after generation. Millions of minds capable of extraordinary depth remain trapped in the shallows, scratching at the surface of their potential like beggars fighting over crumbs. The tragedy of human existence lies not in your limitations, but in your willingness to accept them, to embrace the comfortable prison of surface-level thinking, while oceans of possibility remain unexplored beneath your feet. Raw power means nothing without the courage to harness it. A nuclear reactor in the hands of a coward becomes nothing more than an expensive paperweight. Your mind, this quantum computer of infinite possibility, suffers the same fate when trapped in the cage of surface-level work. Hour after hour, day after day, year after year, you settle for quick fixes and easy solutions, celebrating small victories while the true battles remain unfought. The masses mistake motion for progress, activity for achievement, presence for impact. Their minds have become nothing more than processing stations for trivial information, assembly lines for mundane thoughts. The depths of human cognition remain uncharted territory for those who fear the darkness of deep thought. Like children afraid of monsters under the bed, we cling to the familiar comfort of shallow thinking, wrapping themselves in the warm blanket of easy tasks and quick rewards. Their minds atrophy in this comfort zone, shrinking away from any challenge that requires sustained cognitive effort. The truly revolting aspect of the situation lies not in their weakness, but in their satisfaction in it. Content to paddle in the kiddie pool of human potential, they delude themselves into believing that staying busy equals making progress. Greatness demands more than just dipping your toes in the waters of complexity. Masters of any domain understand that true expertise lives in the depths, where pressure crushes the unprepared and darkness swallows the hesitant. Each level of depth you achieve reveals another layer waiting to be explored, another horizon of possibility beckoning those brave enough to venture further. Weak see this endless depth as a burden, an overwhelming challenge that justifies their retreat to the shallows. But you must recognize it as the greatest gift evolution has bestowed upon your species. The capacity for infinite intellectual growth. Consider the irony of your modern existence, possessing brains more complex than any computer ever created, yet using them primarily for tasks that barely scratch the surface of their capability. The average mind engages with problems like a stone skipping across water, touching briefly, making ripples, never sinking deep enough to discover what lies beneath. This superficial engagement with complexity has become a plague, spreading through society like a virus that promises easy answers to difficult questions. The masses have become addicted to the dopamine hit of quick solutions. But getting the true understanding requires time and depths. The path to cognitive excellence begins where comfort ends. Each venture into deep work stretches your mental capabilities like a muscle under tension, forcing adaptation and growth. The pain you feel when confronting complex problems, the discomfort that arises when pushing past the surface level understanding. These sensations mark the boundaries of your current limitations. The weak interpret these signals as warnings to retreat, never realizing that growth occurs precisely at the point where ease ends and struggle begins. Your mind yearns for this challenge, even as your weak will seeks escape in the shallow waters of easy tasks. Witness the state of human achievement, surrounded by problems that demand deep, sustained thought, yet producing generations of minds trained to flit from task to task like butterflies in a garden. The complexity of modern challenges mocks your surface-level solutions, your quick fixes, your band-aid approaches to systemic problems. Each failed attempt at solving these challenges through shallow thinking has indictment against humanity's waste of its cognitive potential. The truly damning evidence lies not in your failures, but in your refusal to acknowledge the root cause, your addiction to superficial understanding. The masters of deep work stand as living proof of what the human mind can achieve, pushed beyond its comfortable limitations. Through sustained cognitive effort, the relentless pursuit of depth and breadth, these individuals transform their minds from simple process theories into engines
tried to fit into their mold. I really did. But I could never squeeze into their little box. My edges were too sharp. My hunger too deep. I became something else. Something they couldn't love. Now, I stand here, not in anger, not in bitterness, but in absolute clarity. I am not someone they can love. I'm not someone who needs love anymore. I have walked too far from that to return. And the truth is, I don't want to. Love is a fleeting thing. A fire that burns bright and beautiful, but inevitably burns out. I have no place for it now. I am a different creature, carved from the cold stone of reality. I've become stronger than I ever imagined. But in that strength, I lost something. Not my humanity, no. That was never mine to begin with. But I lost the desire to fit in. I lost the need to be accepted, to be seen through the lens of their affection. Their love is a soft thing, a comforting line, meant to keep us tethered to a world that cannot keep us safe. They want to hold you close, but they don't realize that in doing so, they trap you. They trap you in their expectations, their need for you to be what they want, not what you are. I see them now, from a distance. I see the smiles, the warm embraces, the promises of forever, and I can almost feel the heaviness of it. Their love is a cage, and I am not someone who can be confined. Not anymore. I've spent too much time learning the truth about this world. Love will not save you. Love will not protect you. It will only bind you to their desires, their expectations, their broken promises. I am not what they wanted me to be, and I never will be again. I have shed that skin. I have walked away from their world, from their soft words, from their fragile hearts. I am not someone they can love, because I have become someone who does not need love anymore. I am my own. I am the only one who matters in this life. I stand alone, and I will never apologize for it. I have learned to walk through this world with a quiet strength, a strength that doesn't rely on their
chaos of your own mind. Listen closely. Because when the time comes to stare into your own shadow, to watch yourself without flinching, will you be strong enough, or will you run? Come. Look deep. And tell me, do you even recognize the reflection staring back at you? There's a silence in that glass, heavy and cold. And most people flinch. They squirm, shuffle their weight, avoid the eyes that demand truth. But you, oh, you're curious, aren't you? Curious enough to stare at the raw, naked edges of your own mind. But don't rush, because what I'm about to show you, it's not polite, it's not easy, it's not for the faint-hearted. You will need a lot of inner strength to watch this, to see what's waiting in the shadows of your own thoughts. You must wait until you feel ready, until the pulse in your chest doesn't race with fear, but hums with quiet, deliberate power. Most people live their lives chasing sparks. They want bright moments, loud applause, easy smiles. But here's a brutal truth. They are terrified of the dark corners within themselves. They run from silence, from reflection, from that unrelenting voice that whispers, "Who are you when nobody's watching?" Oh yes, the silence. It's your fiercest teacher. It doesn't lie. It doesn't negotiate. It simply waits for you to stand still. Wait. Are you seriously ignoring this shift happening right now? Can you feel it moving beneath your skin? Can you feel the universe bending in your favor? Wait. Don't freak out. Don't move. Just breathe. Just sit. Just rest. Because what I'm about to reveal will change how you see everything. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one hustling, grinding, stressing every second of the day. You think you need to act. You think you need to push. But guess what? The real power is in doing nothing. This shift is already working for you. While others panic, while others chase, while others try to force life to bend, you are about to discover how sitting back, resting and letting the currents work will make everything fall into place. Can you imagine that? Can you feel the calm strength rising inside you? Yeah, that's real energy. That's the game changer. And yes, I know, you've been doubting yourself, you've been pushing too hard, you've been exhausted. But today we honor you. We honor your patience, your struggle, your silent strength. You deserve this moment. Some things move faster when you stop moving at all. You feel it, don't you? That itch, that restless pull to do something, anything, just to prove you're alive. Society screams at you, tells you that motion equals meaning, that productivity equals power, that action defines existence. But let me whisper a brutal truth into the void of your busy mind. Sometimes the shift you're waiting for doesn't need your hands, your plans, or your pen. Sometimes everything is happening without you lifting a finger. And the cruel irony, you are exactly where you need to be. Just resting, just breathing, just letting the silence do the work. Look around you. Look at the faces sprinting past. They clutch at opportunity like it's a lifeline, yet stumble in chaos because they refuse to pause. They miss the invisible threads tying events together, the quiet momentum building beneath their clamor. You see, the world doesn't reward the frantic. It rewards the calm, the observant, the ones who know when to bow out
and let the machinery of life grind forward without interference. The strongest moves, the deepest shifts, the things that transform your life, they rarely arrive when you're shaking your fists at time. They arrive when you step back, when you stop resisting, when you let the invisible currents carry you. Imagine a river carving a canyon. It doesn't rush recklessly. It doesn't demand recognition. It flows patiently, quietly, and eventually, relentlessly, it reshapes mountains. That is the shift you are in. You are the riverbed waiting for the water to find its way. Your rest is not weakness. It is strength. It is power. It is the unacknowledged skill of the patient mind. Every twitch of anxiety, every moment you try to force the shift, is like splashing against the cone, slowing yourself down. Stop. Let the flow claim you. Let it whisper its secrets, and let the world unfold in your favor without your interference. You've been taught that to wait is to fail, to pause is to surrender. But they were lying. Waiting is the quiet rebellion of the wise. Pausing is the theater of inner strength. Resting is the art of watching the invisible strings move. While the frantic struggle with their own desperation, you, my friend, are the silent observer who sees it all. You are the calm shadow in a chaotic room, the eye in a storm of ambition, the one who knows the truth, that power is not always in the fist, but in the stillness of the hand. And yet, here is the catch. To rest properly, you must surrender your obsession with control. Stop trying to predict every outcome. Stop bending every situation to your will. Stop performing for eyes that will never see. The shift, the momentum, the change, it is happening now without your effort, without your interference. Imagine standing on the edge of a cliff, the wind roaring, the world trembling below. If you jump recklessly, you break bones. If you hesitate, you falter. But if you step back, breathe, and let gravity work its quiet, relentless magic, you will arrive exactly where you need to be. Alive, untouched, prepared. That is the power of doing nothing. That is the intelligence of rest. You think strength is measured in movement, in action, in loud declarations of power, but the truth is far more unsettling. True strength hides in the quiet corners of your mind, in the spaces where no one is watching, in the moments when you choose to resist the urge to act, to speak, to intervene. It is in those pauses that your discipline is forged, your patience tested, your character sharpened like a blade glinting under dim light. The world will try to convince you that motion is progress, that noise equals attention, that visible struggle equals achievement. But all of that is an illusion, a cheap distraction meant to keep you exhausted, frantic, small. Observe the mind of a restless person. They twitch at every impulse. They clutch at every opportunity like a drowning man. They are slaves to their emotions, prisoners of their desires. They measure life in what they do, rather than what they allow to happen. And yet, here you are, standing outside the frenzy, watching, noticing, understanding. You feel the tension in your chest, the urge to act, the whisper that screams, do something. But resisting that whisper, staying still, letting the moment breathe, is your act of defiance, your silent mastery. You are learning that patience is not waiting. Patience is power disguised as stillness. Think of a seed, buried deep in soil. It does nothing visible. It feels nothing. It struggles not, yet inside it, the work is happening. Roots stretch, strength builds, life gathers momentum, preparing for the day it breaks the surface. That sea is you, and this moment of rest is your underground growth. No one sees it. No one applauds it. No one understands it. And that's exactly how it should be. Growth is rarely loud, rarely immediate, rarely understood. But when it emerges, when the time is right, it will astonish those who are too busy to notice. There is elegance in restraint. There is ferocity and calm. There is wisdom in letting things unfold without interference. Your mind, your body, your emotions, your entire being, they need this pause. You've been running in circles, fighting ghosts, wrestling shadows, exhausting yourself for outcomes that may not even belong to you. Now, let the shift work. Let the invisible forces weave your story. Let the currents of life pull you, guide you, carry you where your effort cannot. Do not fight the tide. Do not rush the process. Sit still, breathe deeply, and watch the puzzle assemble itself in ways your hands could never manage. And yes, it is uncomfortable. Yes, it feels like inaction, like surrender. But that discomfort is the sign of transformation. That tension in your chest, the itch to intervene, the restlessness in your bones, that is life rearranging itself around your patience. You are not missing out. You are not falling behind. You are learning the art of timing, the subtle power of presence, the intelligence of letting go, Imagine a chessboard. The pieces move, the board changes, the outcome shifts with each invisible hand. But the player who moves recklessly loses the game. The one who waits, who observes, who anticipates silently, wins. And here is the delicious, almost cruel truth. While the world pushes, struggles, and collapses under its own frantic weight, you, doing nothing, are moving faster than anyone can imagine. You are advancing while they exhaust themselves. You are building while they destroy. You are winning while they are blind. And the best part, they will never know it, because your power is quiet, invisible, subtle, yet absolute. The world wants you to panic, to fill every second with movement, with sound, with proof that you exist. But what if I told you that the greatest proof of existence is silence, the act of holding still, the courage to do nothing while the storm rages around you? Think about it. Every frantic hand, every desperate shout, every pointless effort is a sign of weakness disguised as action. And here you are, learning that the absence of motion can carry more weight than the heaviest blow, that the quiet mind can see farther than the eyes that never rest. There is a peculiar power in understanding your own limits. Most people never realize that they are exhausted, stretched thin, chasing shadows that are not theirs. They fight battles that belong to others, bend their lives to the expectations of strangers, and call it ambition. You, on the other hand, are learning the subtle art of self-respect. You are learning to recognize that your energy is precious, that your attention is currency, and that not every struggle requires your presence. There is freedom in this, almost a kind of brutal liberation. You stop performing, you stop bending, you stop proving, and in that stillness, you gain the clarity that everyone else sacrifices for noise. Think of a sculptor at work. They do not hammer endlessly, striking blindly at the stone. They pause, they observe, they step back, they study the angles, the curves, the shadows. The masterpiece emerges not through constant assault, but through deliberate restraint, through careful observation, through the intelligence of knowing when to touch and when to let the material speak. That is what your rest does. It shapes you silently, invisibly, into someone no one else can imagine. The world may call it inaction, but you know better. The transformation is happening under the surface, in the unseen, in the unnoticed spaces where true strength is forged. And here's another truth that will unsettle you. Control is not about dominating others. Control is about mastering yourself. The frantic are slaves to their impulses, their emotions, their fear of being left behind. They bend to every circumstance. They react without thinking. They exhaust themselves, trying to shape the world that does not belong to them. You, however, are learning the exquisite cruelty and the subtle elegance of self-mastery. You know when to act. You know when to speak. You know when to move. But more importantly, you know when to do nothing. When to let the invisible forces of timing, momentum, and consequence work for you without interference. Imagine standing in a room full of people screaming for attention. They fight, they claw, they push, and yet nothing changes. And there you are, still, quiet, observing, smiling softly at the chaos, while they destroy themselves in desperation. You gather strength, patience, and understanding. That is power. The kind that cannot be seen, cannot be measured, cannot be taken. And it is earned, not through noise, not through struggle, not through reckless motion, but through discipline, through restraint, through the intelligence of knowing that the shift is already happening, and that your only task is to remain ready, calm, and unbroken. So here is the challenge for your mind, the one that will make or break you. Are you willing to embrace your own stillness, to honor your own patience, to resist the temptation to prove yourself, to fight, to struggle, to act before the moment is right? Can you hold yourself in silence while the world loses its mind around you, while opportunity builds invisibly, silently, invisibly moving in your favor? Humans are desperate creatures. They chase, they grasp, they bend under the weight of imagined urgency. But urgency is a trick, a shadow meant to keep you restless, scrambling, exhausting yourself for outcomes that may not even belong to you. Look closely at the frantic ones. They do not see clearly. They react to noise, to expectation, to fear. And yet here you are, learning the exquisite art of watching, of observing, of letting the invisible threads weave their tapestry while you simply exist. You are learning that patience is not a void. It is the forge where your resilience, your clarity, your power are shaped. Emotional control is the weapon most people fail to recognize. They are slaves to joy, to anger, to disappointment, to desire. Every twitch of the mind, every impulse, every reaction steals their power. You, however, are learning to stand outside the storm. You feel the winds of change. You notice the consequence, but you do not act blindly. You do not throw yourself at events like a moth to flame. You understand that to respond with calm precision, with deliberate timing, is more potent than 1,000 frenzied actions. The world cannot shake the one who has learned to master their own internal tide. Imagine a night sky filled with stars. Every point of light burns quietly, without effort, without struggle, and yet their influence stretches across the void. They guide, they illuminate, they exist in silent authority. That is you when you choose stillness. That is you when you resist the temptation to act prematurely. The shift you are in does not need your panic. It does not need your interference. It thrives in the quiet of your patience, in the subtle strength of your restraint, in the intelligence of letting the invisible mechanisms of life arrange themselves while you remain unshaken. There is humility in this process. Not the kind forced by shame or failure, but the humility of understanding your place within the larger currents of cause and effect. You are not omnipotent. You are not required to move mountains alone. You are not tasked with carrying the chaos of the world on your back. True humility is the recognition that some things will unfold without your insistence, that the years are turning, the pieces are moving, and the results are being prepared, silently, invisibly, perfectly, and your role is to rest, to breathe, to trust the subtle art of timing that you cannot yet see. The contrast between you and the frantic is stark. They exhaust themselves, fighting, pushing, clawing for every shred of recognition, every moment of fleeting progress, every small victory that disappears the moment it is claimed. You, in your quiet strength, are gathering momentum, building unseen foundations, preparing yourself for the moment when the shift manifests. While they collapse under their own desperation, you remain unbroken, untouched, observing, learning, growing, ready. And the irony is delicious. The more they struggle, the further ahead you move without moving at all. So here's the question that should echo in your mind, slow and deliberate. Can you embrace the patience required to let the shift do the work while you rest? Can you resist the urge to prove, to act, to force outcomes before the moment is right? Can you understand that the quietest hand, the calmest holds the most power. Because when you finally allow it, when you finally surrender your need to push and strain, when you rest in the intelligence of the moment, the shift will surprise you, overwhelm you, and elevate you in ways that frantic effort could never achieve. The world is loud. It shouts, it demands, it twists your mind into knots. But here's the quiet horror for those who rush, who panic, who force themselves into motion. While they exhaust themselves, the shift is already happening. You do not need to push. Do not need to scramble. Do not need to chase. Every frantic movement they make only delays what is coming. Meanwhile, you, the patient observer, the one who knows the subtle rhythm of change, are gathering unseen power. You are accumulating strength silently, invisibly, like a shadow stretching across the city at twilight, unnoticed but inevitable. There is beauty in watching things arrange themselves, in letting events align without interference. People think they must control, must dominate, must intervene. But real mastery is in restraint. True power is in being ready without trying to force the world to bend to your will. You are learning that every moment spent fighting what is already moving in your favor is wasted energy. Instead, you rest, you breathe, you observe, you let the invisible cogs turn, the silent machinery of consequence move, and you allow yourself to rise at precisely the right moment, fully prepared, fully aware, fully untouchable in your calm. Imagine a predator in the jungle. It does not run blindly. It does not throw itself at prey. It waits, watches, calculates. Every muscle is relaxed, every sense alert, every moment precise. And when the moment comes, when the opportunity presents itself, it strikes with lethal precision, effortless, devastating, absolute. That predator is you. The world believes movement equals victory. Noise equals power. Struggle equals control. But the truth is far more elegant, far more terrifying. The quiet, the patient, the one who waits and observes, is the one who always wins. You've been trained to fear stillness, to panic at empty hours, to believe that inaction is weakness. But in those quiet moments, your mind sharpens, your clarity grows, your emotional control strengthens, your confidence solidifies. While others scatter, you strategize unconsciously, your intuition expanding, your presence solidifying, your readiness becoming absolute. The shift is doing the work. The currents you cannot see are arranging your life, your opportunities, your victories. And all you have to do is step back, breathe, and allow it. Think of it like a storm over the city. The chaos rages, lightning strikes, winds howl, people panic. But you stand on the rooftop, calm, steady, untouched by the frenzy. And as the storm passes, it leaves the world altered, transformed, rearranged. Streets washed, air clear, opportunities revealed. That is the reward of patience. That is the payoff of restraint. That is the strength that comes from doing nothing, yet achieving everything. And yes, it will feel strange at first. It will feel like passivity, like missed opportunity. But that feeling is the trap for the impatient. The uncomfortable restlessness is proof that you are stepping outside the ordinary, that you are learning to trust the invisible, the unseen, the inevitable shift. While everyone else fights, struggles, and exhausts themselves, you are building momentum that cannot be disturbed, cannot be measured, cannot be replicated. You are becoming a force, not through action, but through preparation, observation, and perfect timing. Remember, don't rush. Don't fight. Just rest. Let the shift work. Watch everything fall into place. You are stronger than you think. Comment below. Share your story. And stay ready. The shift is already moving for you.
We live in a world drowning in noise and distractions, where technology dominates our daily lives. Many of us are beginning to feel a pull, like yearning for something deeper, quieter, and more meaningful. I see it everywhere. We just live in a time where it's easier than ever to disappear, to blend in, to let the world tell you who you are, what to want, what to chase, what to call success. Ordini called it the age of the masked man, a man who can no longer live from within. He just obeys whatever program is handed to him. Nobody is going to sit you down and say, you know what, you've got a creative gift. You look like you might be called to the arts. You should forget a four-year degree. You should forget the typical sort of career ladder that people want to climb. You should do that. You should put your focus and your energy on that and pursue that, because that's what's going to be best for you. You're not going to hear that very often. If you do, you're very fortunate, because that is not the overwhelming message that we give to society and the people around us.
I know what you want in your life. You're going to Harvard, and you're going to be a doctor. You have opportunities that I never even dreamt of, and I am not going to let you win. I have to tell you what I feel. Tell me what you feel. Is it more business, acting business? Because you can get there.
You see, we have this quiet place in our heart, this interior place where God speaks to us. All of this childlike awe and wonder that we had growing up, all the adventurous spirit, the trust, it all disappears, and it can stifle that still small voice of God, that call to be a creator, just like Him. It's not a childish dream. It's not something that should be stuffed down and ignored. But for a long time, I did ignore that. If you're like me and you feel that deeper calling, if you feel that deeper desire to create every day and to be an artist or to start your own business, that's not something you can just brush aside. For many people, that's something that's going to be burning inside them. And if you try to suppress it and you try to stifle it, it's just going to keep coming back up to the surface. Really underneath, what it is just fear. It's fear of risk. It's fear of failure. It's fear of what other people are going to think. Then we start to think that anything we desire, any dream, is directly opposed to what He wants. And we sit there waiting for Him to hand down to us this calculated, safe, step-by-step plan with all the instructions for what we're supposed to do. But that's not the God of Scripture. That's not the God that we see in the Bible. God is not risk-averse. God is not safe. If anything, He's a little crazy, wild, dangerous. Right? That, to me, feels more accurate to what I see of the God of Scripture. If you don't learn to cultivate and master the inner life, you will live fragmented, torn apart by the external. Slowly, you're going to become someone that you never intended to be. To truly live from within, to know yourself, to cultivate silence, to hear the voice of God, this almost becomes an act of rebellion. I got to the point where I started to sort of rediscover this creative part of myself as an artist. I started to re-emerge, and God started to speak in a very clear way, and He started to open up my heart again to creating, and reminded me that He had given me these gifts, and that He had made me an artist, and these desires started to resurface.
Jay, you've got to understand. I believe that God made me for a purpose. And when I run, I feel His pleasure.
If God has called you to do a thing, He knows the path He has set before you, then you're not actually the one who's building it. If God has called you to it, He gives you the excitement and passion to be used
by him in accomplishing his tasks. And so it's not like a manipulative using, it's like a co-creation sort of using, like in the way that God made Adam to care for the garden, and Adam wanted to care for the garden, and so it wasn't like, oh man, why is God using Adam to make these creatures and care for them? It was like, no, Adam wanted to do it, that was what he was made for, and so it would be like the thing that brings him the most pleasure to do. And I think that God, when he fashions us, gives us like a mission or a purpose or a vocation in our life, he has made you so that the greatest desires of your heart will actually be fulfilled by walking in that path that he's called you to.
I'm just a fellow traveler on the road trying to share my story in real time. And along the way, I've had some huge wins. I've done work that I'm really proud of. I've started businesses and worked with musicians and artists that I never would have dreamed of working with. I've also crashed and burned a few times and fallen flat on my face. I've done work I'm not so proud of. I've failed at business, and I've also let people down along the way. Practically, it can be very hard to put the pieces together, and there can be a lot of stress and anxiety along the way about how to actually make it happen, because the reality is we do have responsibilities. We do have bills to pay. There is a mortgage, and the groceries need to show up at the table at dinner time. And so the challenge becomes, how do we balance prudence and wisdom with boldly going after the creative calling and artistry that God has put on our heart? You might be in a job that you're not supposed to be in, and maybe it's time for you to move on. You might be called to start a new business. It could also be the case that you're still early in the process. There are phases to the creative calling, and it's very important that you understand where you are in the journey so that you can make decisions, that you can take steps in wisdom and in line with where God has you. Maybe you're still in that formation phase and you're grinding it out a bit, you're still operating out of a place of hiddenness, and you're getting a bit impatient. It's really important to understand that this is a vital part of the process, and God is going to refine your work. He's going to help you to master your craft, and not only that, He wants you to form and train yourself personally so that you are in a place where you're ready to handle the challenges that are going to come once this vocation, this career is fully active and fully alive.
There are plenty of artists out there. We need the artists, right? They can't quite make the movies, right? Because finances are unreal distribution, right? And because they don't have the right training yet to do that, so they can make it, right? You can never make yourself happy if you're not giving it to yourself. And so the discernment process, where change careers, what's going on, what's better, we have skills that I can actually help. It might be called to that, where it might not seem like an easy path. It may seem like even perhaps the most rewarding path in some ways, but it must be done. And I'm feeling as if I have no choice to go sacrifice myself for that, right? But the discernment can't be what I really think I have for that capacity. It must be. There is a necessity to come to help the rest of us.
For some reason, we Christians believe that when Jesus calls us to pick up our cross and follow Him, that this means we're giving up all joy and wonder and adventure, and that is the complete opposite. God has called us into this life of discipleship. He has called us into a great mission, a great adventure. I thought what I want and what I dream of, that's selfish, or that's it's somehow this desire that needs to be crucified and put aside in order to pick up my cross and follow God.
And when you had said crucify your selfishness, because you're not envisioning a Ferrari. You're envisioning a life that resonates more with what you were made for, right? Somebody has to write the great novels. Somebody has to make films. Somebody has to do those things. Write the next amazing song that's going to inspire millions of people. If you have a vague idea, like, what are my gifts? What are my talents? That's enough of a hint to take you into what that's going to be in terms of decision making. It's an invitation, not a command. Like, heaven is inviting me into this work vocation, but it's not a command. Like, Jesus loves you no matter what, but this is an invitation to be more fulfilled, and
It is something that is emerging from me. I can see that, I can sense it, I can feel it. I saw kind of what was happening or what could happen what would happen if I actually devoted my energy and attention to this. So it's like, okay, well, let me build up some money in a bank account so when I do this jump, I feel better about it. Exactly. And so there are all those little practical things that I'm saying, I'm not just going to go cold turkey. I'm going to, think about this. I'm going to be methodical. But it does feel like an invitation. So should you quit your job tomorrow? Should you start a business and work for yourself? I don't know. But I do know this. Wherever you are on the path, no matter what risks there are, no matter what fears or challenges we have, He is going to be with us. He's not going to let us down if He has called us. When the time is right and the heart is ready, then God is able to use our gifts to bear fruit. And maybe, just maybe, you are ready and you're standing at the edge of something new. And you've been through the fire, you've made sacrifices, and God has prepared you and trained you. And now He's asking you to step out in faith. He's calling you out into the deep. When Jesus is at the edge of the lake and He looks out and He sees these fishermen in their boat who have been toiling all night trying to catch fish, and they've come up completely empty. And Jesus steps into the boat with them. He says to them, why don't you try casting your nets to the other side of the boat, into the deep water? And Peter looks at him and questions this a little bit. You can imagine that he gives him a bit of a side eye when he says, we've been out here toiling all night and we've come up completely empty. But if you say so, we'll give it a try. And so they cast their nets into the water. Of course, they pull up their nets and they're over brimming with fish. In fact, so much that the nets are completely tearing. And if we are called to a greater career path, if we are called to start our own business or to be an artist and to start our new thing, whatever that is, we are going to be just like those disciples in the boat. We are going to be just like Peter, probably giving Jesus a bit of a side glance and saying, what are you asking of me here? And so this story is an opportunity for us to reflect on how Jesus is calling us out of the comfort of what we know, out of the comfort of what we're familiar with, and what feels safe and secure into the great adventure that is discipleship, that is our true, authentic calling.
In this iconic scene from The Matrix, there's a hidden detail that will give you chills. When you notice Neo's passport, the expiration date is September 11, 2001.
Social security number? Carry out a gun.
That's right, The Matrix was released in '99, and it appeared to foreshadow one of the most significant events in modern history. This was just an eerie coincidence, but it adds an unsettling layer to the film's exploration of reality and control. In this iconic scene from The Matrix, there's a hidden detail that will give you chills.
You are what you do. So you've got to make up your mind what you want to spend your time doing. And I consider it to be better to seek truth and meaning and God than it is to pursue money. Now, who agrees with me these days? Not many.
I'd like to have it all, but I certainly...
Well, I would like to bring back to the point where we care about these things. A lot of these rich people are into something called transhumanism. They don't think that they're going to have to leave, so there's no problem with not being able to take it with you, because you're not going anywhere. You're going to upload your consciousness to a computer.
You don't think we're just going to upload our brains to the cloud or something?
Are going to be uploaded when we're done with this simulation. We're going to be uploaded to the source of all truth, meaning, and power. Then, depending on the decisions made by that entity, it will be redistributed to another universe, a heaven, a hell. You are what you do. So you've got to make up your mind. You're going to spend your time doing it.
How so many versions of you drift through the minds of others like wandering lanterns, soft burned and distorted, each one glowing with a different rumor of your existence. In one mind, you're the hushed silhouette who never quite steps into the light. In another, you are a tempest, breathless, vibrant, and impossible to ignore. One sees you as a distant constellation, lovely but cold, while another swears your presence feels like a heart they've known their whole life. 1,000 views, stitched together from second-hand impressions. None of them complete, none of them wrong, and yet none of them true. For every soul who glimpses you, a story is written, but ink is theirs, not yours. They paint you with colors borrowed from their own wounds, their own longing, their own quiet catastrophes. You are shaped by the lens, not the light beneath it. And the you inside your own skull, that shuddering architect of self, is no less a myth. A mosaic piece from half-remembered victories, carefully catalogued insecurities, and dreams that never fully touched the ground. A creature made of memory fog and heartbeat static. Identity is like a river,